Well, there's a lot of people partying out there today. Why? The Phillies have fired Rob Thomson. Rob Thomson is out as the Phillies manager. Don Mattingly takes over. And I know a lot of the people who just were over Rob Thomson are rejoicing today as the Phillies have made the decision that many people were asking for. They have fired Rob Thomson as the Phillies get ready for a 3-game series against the Giants. Rob Thomson fired today after a 9-19 start. Thomson is the second win percentage all-time in Phillies history. His record of 355 wins and 270 losses, 4 consecutive postseason appearances, 2 straight National League East titles. Not good enough. The Phillies have moved on from Rob Thomson. Your reaction on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. I know there are a lot of people out there that have been waiting for this moment. Well, you got it today, and I will ask this question right off the rip, right off the jump. Will this move do what Rob Thomson did when he was hired? Will it save the season? Will Don Mattingly come in here and get the most out of this team and save this season? 609-403-0973. Let us know what you think. And, of course, you can watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Jeff is watching on YouTube. He says, thanks for the memories, Thompson. See what Donnie can do for you. I don't know, and this is the big thing. There are some reports that the Phillies reached out to Alex Cora, and he declined the job. We'll get into Alex Cora's role here because I think it looms large. Don Mattingly, if you were somebody that wanted Thomson out, you probably want somebody that's the opposite of Thomson. That is not Don Mattingly. Don Mattingly is a very laid-back guy. He is a guy with not a lot of passion, not a lot of fire. He is exactly what people didn't like about Rob Thomson. He is very laid back. So I'm interested to see. We have the poll question up at Mike Gill Show. You can vote. The Phillies have fired Rob Thomson. Will they make the playoffs? You know, it's one of those things. It's like, okay, let's see what you think now. You wanted Rob Thomson fired. You got your wish. Will this save their season? In other words, was this Rob Thomson's fault? Is this team's 9-19 start Rob Thomson's fault? Is he the most culpable guy for the Phillies? I think even the biggest Rob Thomson hater out there, and I know there are a lot of you guys, and I'm not saying you're wrong or right. It just, we have different opinions on how much the manager means. You know, I was listening to a podcast today about Alex Cora getting fired, and the crux of the podcast was the Red Sox were handing Cora the lineup. The roster wasn't good enough, and therefore Cora didn't win. We all agree, I think, watching Alex Cora and say, well, he's a great manager. The Red Sox fired him. He was 9-19. Was it Alex Cora's fault in Boston? I think most people say, no, it was not Alex Cora's fault in Boston. But a lot of people here just don't like Thompson's style. He's very laid back. How much was he the reason why this team was not successful? 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. Hey, Mike, was never a Thompson fan, but I'm not celebrating today. Just remember, your GM is paying $38 million to 2 players who aren't even in Philly. Yes, I think poor roster construction is at the top of this list, ahead of Rob Thomson. Now, that being said, I am not adverse to moving on from Rob Thomson because I think this team needed some sort of change, something to try to salvage this season. But I would ask the question, will they make the playoffs because they made this move? It worked for them in 2022. Do we think it will have the same effect in 2026? I don't know. I don't know about that. And listen, you went from Joe Girardi, a guy who was not well liked by the players, by all accounts. We'll have the Phillies Fastball coming up. Oscar Budajin worked with the Phillies organization backdooring that time with Joe Girardi. And I think he has said on Phillies Fastball that they didn't really like Joe Girardi. He was not the most well-liked guy in that building. They went to Rob Thomson. It was a guy they really liked. They won 8 straight games, and they ended up going to the World Series. This is a different situation. That was a younger Bryce Harper, a younger Kyle Schwarber, and you had Bryce Harper, JT Realmuto, younger, Aaron Nola, younger, Wheeler, younger. You had Rhys Hoskins still here. You had a good team. They just didn't like playing for Joe Girardi, and when they got Thomson, they kind of took off. This team is an older version of that team, and they like playing for their manager. So I don't know that getting rid of the manager with a team that's not as good is going to have the same result. I hope it does. They got a schedule coming up here with 10 games that they could possibly start taking off. They got a 3-game series with the Giants here where I think they have the pitching advantage in all 3 games. Tonight, you've got Luzardo taking on Malley. Tomorrow, you've got Christopher Sanchez against Logan Webb. And on Wednesday, you've got Andrew Painter, and I forget, Hauser, I think, is pitching for them. So you can get a sweep right here. 609-403-0973. Stan is texting in. He says, don't expect much of a turnaround unless Mattingly can still hit. That's a good one. Donnie Baseball, good hitter. Mike from the Villas. Babe Ruth couldn't fix the Phillies. Babe Ruth the manager or Babe Ruth the hitter? They could use Babe Ruth, but he hits left-handed. I don't know where he would stack in this lineup. Mike from the Villas, it's the GM and the owner thinking that the same thing will have a different result. Hey, listen, I said I was surprised they brought Thomson back. So, therefore, it seems to go with what I said in the offseason. I would have moved on from Thomson in the offseason to avoid this and prevent this. Thomson, hey, we came up short in the playoffs. 2022, you got us to a World Series. It's time to move on. Instead, you bring him back. You gave him an extension, and this was a possibility, and now you have to fire the manager. Robbie from Little Egg Harbor says, it's not surprising. It's what have you done for me? All of the playoff shortcomings, not winning the World Series, may have something to do with it. Yeah, I definitely think that's – and the 9-19. Robbie, the 9-19. Stephen Marmora says, I was hoping for Dombrowski to hit the axe, but we know the manager usually is the first to take the blame. Do you think he may be next? I think this is the case with Dombrowski. Dombrowski has reached a level of you can't fire Dombrowski. He's reached a level of, like, you know, he's an older guy. He's got World Series. He's got success. Not the kind of guy you just fire. He comes to the owner and says, John, I'm failing this team. I should step aside. I don't think the owner goes to him and fires him. I just don't see that happening. We saw what happened in Boston. They chose the GM over the manager. And everybody loves the manager. Everybody thinks the manager's great there. They didn't see it that way. They took the GM. Why? The GM writes the lineup. And their GM said it. I didn't give my manager a good enough team. Same here. I mean, you can listen to Boston radio, New York radio, and Philadelphia radio, and it's the same triangle of conversation. And you know what's funny? You're listening to Mets pundits say it's not Mendoza's fault. It's a bad roster. You're listening to Red Sox pundits say it's not Cora's fault. It's a bad roster. And you're listening to Phillies pundits say pretty much the same thing. It's not Thomson. It's a bad roster. 609-403-0973. Topper may or may not have been the problem, but is he the guy who can't hit lefties? Is he the player who can't hit over 200? Is he why Turner can't live up to his contract? Is he why Nola can't throw strikes? Is he why Sanchez gives up 10 hits a game? Todd and Brigantine. I listed out probably 7 to 10 things ahead of Thomson being the problem. If Thomson is the thing that's highest on your list, you just don't know the game in 2026. I mean, you might think in 1998 the manager might be a bigger part of the problem, and you could be right. But in 2026, the manager is way low on the list of problems that this team had. UPS Jeff, about time they fired this guy. He was soft to these guys. They took advantage of Topper. Yeah, they won 96 games and 95 games and 90 games and went to the playoffs. Man, they really took advantage of that guy. UPS Jeff, come on, dude. You're smarter than that. Avalon John chiming in. Says, hey, Mike, my opinion on firing Rob Thomson is like rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic as it was going down. I think Rob Thomson, thank Rob Thomson for all he did. Time will tell. I think Rob Thomson is the only choice here right now, outside of doing something drastic, outside of doing something really drastic. Steve from Ocean City says, of course Donnie Baseball will save the season if he can still hit 327 with 50 doubles. Donnie Baseball, he's also left-handed. Where would you hit him in this lineup? Babe Ruth and Donnie Baseball's bats don't really fit in this lineup. Mike Thompson is not the problem. Dombrowski should be fired and put this team together. It's his fault. You release players you went out and got, and you play this analytics crap. It comes from the top. Yeah, I mean, this is Joe and EHT. This is the organization basically saying we're going to I said it the other day. It's an optics move. They had to do something. They cannot go back into the series tonight without making a decision on somebody. You couldn't roll out the same Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Garcia. You can't do it. Now, you're going to do that, but at least you've done this. People think a new manager is going to – this lineup's all of a sudden – people keep saying, oh, the platoons are going to go away. No. Brandon Marsh can't hit lefties. That's why Brandon Marsh doesn't play every day. It's not because of Rob Thomson. Rob Thomson doesn't say, you know what, I'm going to platoon everybody. The GM says, hey, this is the roster we have given you. And because we have two left-handed bats that don't hit left-handed pitching, we're going to give you Sosa to play with Stott, and we're going to give you a right-handed bat to play with Marsh. Everybody wants Marsh to play every day. He can't. I looked up Brandon Marsh's numbers today. In about 500 plate appearances against left-handed pitching, he's hitting like 200, and he struck out about 50% of the time. All right, 609-403-0973. Mike, we all did understand that running it back was not going to work out, but management, they're going to be terrible for years to come with the contracts we have. They knew. They just thought that it wouldn't be 9-19. Maybe they're 500, and they make a move around the trade deadline. This was the icing on the cake, the 9-19 start. They have to do something. They have to do something. You can't keep going. 9-19 makes you have to do something. All right, early fastball today. The guys are going to jump on because Jeff's going to be on with us now. He is at Citizens Bank Park. He's going to be joining us. He's going to go to the Dombrowski press conference, which is at 2:45. And then Jeff, after the press conference, is going to rejoin us to kind of give us some more insight on what that building feels like right now. Frank has the Phillies mailbag. Former Philly and 9-year Major League Baseball veteran Dave Gallagher. What does a firing mean? He has been a part of Major League Baseball teams that have fired their manager. So we'll get his take on it at 5 o'clock tonight. Nuggets, football at 4, Johnny Mack on the draft. Flyers lose last night. Are you starting to feel a little itchy? All right, stick around. 2:45, Dombrowski set to speak. We'll carry it for you here on the Sports Bash. 2:20 on the Sports Bash. Phillies Fastball brought to you by Ventnor Social, the place to go to catch every Phillies game. We'll be there on Thursday for the Phillies and Giants. Day baseball. Come and see us. You get a chance to enter to win a bus trip to go see the Phillies play the Orioles in Baltimore. Stop out and see us this Thursday. And this hour of the show, it's brought to you by the law offices of Craig A. Altman, proud sponsors of Philadelphia sports coverage in South Jersey. Well, let's get some Philadelphia sports coverage. Rob Thomson is fired. Yesterday, it looked like he was going to meet the media today as normal. That was what they said. He will meet the media as reported. That's what they said yesterday. Jeff, let's start with you. What happened that yesterday they said he was going to meet the media today, and now today he is gone?
You know what's funny, Mike? I'd love to know what happened between 7:45 last night and 11 o'clock this morning, or maybe that was just standard protocol and they were still making a decision. Part of me thinks they did want to make a certain change to the coaching staff and they didn't. Or Rob Thomson said, I'm going down with the ship, so to speak. And again, this is just my speculation, my opinion. I think something was going to happen to Kevin Long, and nothing happened to Kevin Long. So Rob probably said, well, you fire Kevin Long, you fire me. Well, the players like Kevin Long. So especially Kyle Schwarber, Trey Turner, Bryce Harper, they love Kevin Long. So Kevin Long stays, Rob Thomson goes, Don Mattingly's the interim manager. Anthony Contreras goes up. He's the third base coach now. Dusty Watton's the bench coach. Not going to change their hitting, but it is what it is.
Well, Kevin Long, by the way, just signed a 3-year extension, according to Matt Gelb, so you wonder if that played a role here. I do agree with you, Jeff, that they may have said, we're going to get rid of the Long, and Thompson says, well, if he's going, I'm going too. And then Thompson says to his guys, you stay here, Donald take over, and I'm out. There are some reports that the Phillies reached out to Alex Cora, according to Bob Nightingale of USA Today. Now, Dave Dombrowski is going to speak, coming up at 2:45, so we'll be able to probably get some more of this, that they reached out to Cora and he declined the job. Mattingly apparently was a little iffy on taking this as well. His son is the general manager. Oscar, they settle on Don Mattingly, who his managerial record is not great.
Yeah, it's not great. Look, when you get into situations like this, there are scenarios, right? I think the Alex Cora firing in Boston changed probably things a little bit as we go into this, because he was one of the options. He's probably one of the options not only in the short term, but more importantly in the long term, because he's one of the best managers in all of baseball. So I do believe that there is a possibility that the selection of Mattingly as the interim coach, understanding that he wanted to do this for a very short term and that he's not doing this for the long term, I think it opens the scenario long term for an Alex Cora versus Alex Cora after getting let go on Saturday, just coming immediately to a situation with the Phillies where they're 9-19. So I think the scenarios there were scenarios on the table. I wouldn't doubt that they reach out to Cora and Cora said, look what, I'm going to wait it out this year, and I'm not going to make any immediate decision, which is probably a manager of his pedigree would absolutely do. And then there were options here. What were the options here? You could have picked one of the minor league managers and put him as a general manager, as a manager of the team, or you could have selected Mattingly, which is kind of your shorter option, which I do believe is probably the right thing to do for the long term of this team. This is going to be an interesting year. They're trying to bring him in to be kind of a spark plug. His record as manager, he's 10-14 in the postseason, so it's not very engaging. He was a manager of the Dodgers from 2011 to 2015. He has a .550 winning percentage there, 446 and 363. But with the Marlins, we knew he did not have a great team, and he went 443 and 587. So to me, this is about bringing somebody that is respected as a player in his time, as a manager with his experience, and just trying to plug him in and see if he wakes up this entire lineup and the starting pitch.
Obviously, guys, real quick, Don Mattingly, to me, very mild-mannered guy. I mean, if you were looking like normally, you had Joe Girardi, kind of a fiery guy. You went to Rob Thomson. That's a different personality. Don Mattingly is a very, very laid-back kind of guy. I don't know that you're going to get that seesaw of different personalities here. This seems to be just an optics move. Don Mattingly has experience. Let's just make him the guy. His son's his boss now. It opens the door at the end of the year for Mattingly to say, listen, I'm kind of a square peg in a round hole here. I'm out. Bring your guy Cora in. It would assume we're talking on Tuesday, April 28th, that Alex Cora will be the manager of the Phillies next year.
It seems like that, doesn't it? Doesn't like, but this is something that I find very interesting with Dave Dombrowski, and this is why I brought up Dave Dombrowski. He always seems to know when to fire a manager. He did this in 1996 with Reen Lakeman when he was with the Marlins, hired Jim Leyland. What happened? The Marlins won the World Series. He knew when to fire Phil Gardner for Alan Trammell. The Tigers, they started winning with Trammell. He knew when to fire Trammell for Jim Leyland. He knew when to fire John Farrell for Alex Cora. They won the World Series. The Tigers went to the World Series when he brought back Leyland. He knew when to fire Joe Girardi for Rob Thomson, and the Phillies went to the World Series. So you kind of have to trust the general manager here. It's on him, but this one feels different. It doesn't feel like Don Mattingly is going to be the interim manager, and then all of a sudden he's going to get the job in 2027. It does feel like Alex Cora will be the manager of this team at some point. It just will not be right away. And I'm sure the Phillies did reach out to Cora in a sense, but it's almost like, look, the guy just got fired on Saturday. Does he really want to go manage another team?
Well, that is 9 and 19. Did he think he was 19?
But did he think he was going to get fired, and did he think he was the problem? I doubt it. He might still want to manage and not have thought that he was the problem in Boston. So some of these guys, they just love doing it, and they don't want to sit out.
There are channels to this, though. We got to remember that. You have to hire an interim manager. To my understanding, you have to hire an interim manager on your coaching staff before you go through that actual interview process and do all that stuff. Like, it's in the CBA, to my understanding. So, I'm sure Alex Cora could come here
for MLB, the Rooney Rule.
Yeah, pretty much. And I'm sure Alex Cora could come here at some point this season.
I got to imagine
can't be today.
That they could have made Cora the interim manager. Like they could have said, "Hey, you'll be the interim manager until the end of the year."
He's not on the coaching staff.
I'm trying to think. There has to be a time where a manager got fired, like when Jack McKeon got fired 50 times, and or the Yankees fired managers over and over. Billy Martin came in. They didn't.
Old CBAs though. You got to remember.
Okay,
that
there's a possibility. That being said, the crux of this is when Rob Thomson took over for Joe Girardi. Many people said, "Hey, that worked." That was Joe Girardi, a guy who was probably not well liked with the players. Thomson took over a much more talented team. This team, you have a well-liked manager that I would say is lacking the talent that 2022 team had.
Now, there's something important here on what the Phillies send out, which is I think is critically important. Bench coach Don Mattingly have been named interim manager through the end of the 2026 season. So he's going to be here until the end of the year. They're trying to wake this team up, and the question is, can Mattingly do it? I mean, that's a bigger question.
Well, guys, a lot of people, I think, the Thomson detractors will say he was very laid back. He made a lot of tactical errors, especially in the playoffs. Do we look at this team at 9 and 19 and say, yes, Rob Thomson played a role in their early season struggles? Oscar.
I mean, he did to a certain extent. I think it was, look, to me, it's more on the roster than it is on the coaching. I'm not saying that he doesn't have any. You cannot blame anything on him, but this team is a complete disaster across the board. I wanted to kind of bring this up because I thought it was important. This is according to the odds after the announcement, based on FanGraph. These are the odds. So the Phillies they're projecting like the Mets at 81 and 81. They have a 7.1% chance of winning the East, to 32.8% of making the playoffs, and only 2.2% chance of winning the World Series. So I look where the Braves are, the way they started. So I just wanted to kind of bring that up. I mean, as part of it, but I mean, he definitely has something to do with this. I mean, he definitely has something to do with it. But I wouldn't put him in the top of the blame. I think this foils more on the players. Number one, in terms of execution, and second on the general manager or the president of baseball operations because of the team that he has. And I would put the manager third, in my view. But somebody had needed to do something to wake this up.
I'm not even sure.
Do I say the players are content?
I'm not even sure he's third on my list, but
exactly.
You know,
I'm against.
I think the overall poor roster construction has finally caught up to them. That has been covered up for a while because you had Schwarber second in the MVP. You had Trey Turner, for all the fact that he's not that impactful of a player. He had a really good year last year. He was fifth in the MVP voting. You had a very good Bryce Harper. You had a capable Alec Boehm for about 3 years. He had 97 RBIs back-to-back seasons. Last year he struggled early, but he really turned it on late. So the Phillies, coupled with their lineup being very inconsistent over the years, they had really good top-end talent and really, really good pitching. So that covered a lot of their warts, but the overall roster construction of this team has not been good. Since Rhys Hoskins left this team in 2022, they have lacked a right-handed power bat, and that has constantly been a problem for them.
I feel when Rhys, I always tell people this, the most upset I've ever gotten probably watching sports, and keep this in mind, I was at Veterans Stadium the last game. The most upset I've ever gotten watching sports was watching Rhys Hoskins tear his ACL in that last week of spring training, because I knew there goes their World Series chances. There went their right-handed bat. It went right out the door there. And they still had a chance to win the World Series, by the way. But that they had Rhys Hoskins, I think that would have changed everything. And you're right, Mike. They have not gotten the right-handed bat. Their starting pitching has been atrocious. Absolutely atrocious. It's unacceptable. That got Rob Thomson fired, not the offense. I mean, the offense has been bad. I mean, look at these numbers. They're right. Alec Boehm, this is unacceptable. Bryce Stott, this is unacceptable. But they turned it around in the second half of last year, as you pointed out, Mike. Justin Crawford's a rookie. I'm not expecting much. I think Justin Crawford's going to have a nice long career. But look who the platoon is for Brandon Marsh. That hasn't materialized as what they thought. Adonis Garcia is giving you what he gives you, right? It's the roster construct. You're paying $38 million to two guys who aren't even here.
But here's the challenge. Here's the challenge that I'll throw you guys. This was last year. They were 8th in run scores per game. They were 2nd in batting average, 4th in OPS. I mean, look at against lefties. By the way, Schwarber was a monster against lefties last year. He's nowhere near where he was last year hitting lefties.
Don't you think it's funny? People want to believe numbers when you're bad, but when you're good, they just ignore it.
Look at this. It's the same. It's basically the same team. You're replacing Garcia for Castellanos. I mean, there's something fundamentally wrong with this guys. By the way, they started slow last year, but to me, this is basically the same team. Look, I mean, it's just outside of the chase rate. Chase rate that we always laugh and talk about. I mean, look at everything.
Well,
everybody's obsessed with chase rate. I don't get it.
You bring up a good point. This is basically the same team. The problem with that is you've got Trey Turner taking a step back. You've got, for all intents and purposes, Schwarber has taken a little bit of a step back. I wouldn't say a massive step back. He's still hitting for power, but his batting average is lower and some of the peripherals. Harper has been solid this year, but he's not quote-unquote elite. He's been very good. But everybody else, Garcia, Marsh has been very good, but the people will argue, you got to play him every day. No, you don't have to play Marsh every day.
438 tells me I don't have to play him.
The problem with Marsh has been they have never found a complement to play with him. Boehm, tremendous step backwards. Stott, tremendous step backwards. And then Real Muto gets hurt, and the catching position has been abysmal with him out. Crawford, hot start. He has now regressed back to the mean, and now you have a team that from really 4 to 9 in the batting order gives you no production. Do we believe that this team has a turnaround in it, and that the managerial change is enough to shake that clubhouse up and say, hey, we got our manager fired. It's time to focus up and play. Or is this team what it is, a bad baseball team.
Yes, because of the schedule. That
Yeah.
I really think it's because they are not playing the Cubs and the Braves anymore. I think they'll turn it around. I don't want to hear like, oh, they won 7 of 10. It was the manager change. I think they could have won 7 of 10 with Rob Thomson. I thought they were really going to go 40 games at this.
Well, you know how this works, though, Jeff.
Me too. I agree 100%.
If this turns around in the next 10 days, they will directly point the finger at that Rob Thomson was the problem.
You know what's funny? Because I did it the same thing with Joe Girardi. They won 8 straight when Rob Thomson came manager. I'm like, oh, it was Joe Girardi. Must have been.
But I think the Girardi thing, Oscar, you can maybe attest. You were around them every single day calling games then. That you could attest a little bit more. The Girardi thing was different in this situation.
It feels different.
They love playing for Rob. I don't know that they loved playing for Girardi.
I think what we are right now is all about the performance and this team being dormant and not being able to play to what we just saw a minute ago, their capabilities. And look, he's just trying to shake it up to see if anything, if this guy's wake up. Look, I think a major piece here is Wheeler. Having Wheeler back, and hopefully it's going to take him probably 3 or 4 starts or maybe 5 starts to get to be back to his old self. If health-wise he continues to be okay. That's the biggest kind of wake-up call, particularly for starting pitching, because let's be very clear. Last year, we did not have a great first half, and I can go back and show you the numbers, but we did not have a great first half hitting. We hit much, much better in the second half than the first half of the year, but the pitching carried us. The starting pitching carried this team last year. And Wheeler was at the top of that, Christopher Sanchez, Luzardo. But Luzardo had his hiccups here and there, and Nola was nowhere to be found. So I do believe that having Wheeler, Sanchez, and Luzardo going, and that's what I was thinking they were going to wait after not making a decision yesterday until game 40 to make a final decision and give Rob one more chance. But the reality is, guys, this team was completely dormant. This team was sleeping. This team didn't do anything. We were 3-0 on Sunday. I would say in the first inning, this game is over. With Chris Sale pitching.
I found this interesting. I was talking to a couple people in the organization, and a lot of them were told to kind of work from home yesterday. So I was like, oh, they might do something, right? Well, they weren't really sure. So something must have happened. That's why I keep saying something must have happened between 7:45 last night and 11 o'clock today.
To me, it's the scenarios. Scenarios. You have a scenario where Cora, I'm not necessarily thinking, I probably thought he was never going to be an option this year, but he's a potential option down the road, one of the best managers in baseball that you
probably
would absolutely consider. That
probably
you would absolutely consider. That was one option. Now, the other option says, okay, do we go more the interim route with Mattingly, which we know he's going to be probably some setting at the end of the year, and then you bring somebody from the minors to do it, or somebody, or you could promote.
That's why you and I were thinking it was going to be Anthony Contreras. We were talking about this off the show yesterday.
So what they did is they put Contreras at third, moved Dossi to bench coach, which you could consider to be all those promotions to a certain extent for all of them. And you put Mattingly there, and then you have until this year to make a final decision on how you're going to be moving forward. And if truly Alex Cora, one of the best managers in baseball, is truly an option long-term.
By the way, Buster Olney also throwing out there that the Phillies did do work on Cora and asked him about his availability. Now is not the right time, fresh off the firing. So
yeah, he just got fired 3 days ago.
It makes sense.
Yeah, no, listen, just furthering that they seemingly had interest in Cora now to do this.
Fun fact, do you know no one has managed 2 teams in a season since 1991?
I did not know that, but only you, Jeff Kerr, would pull out a factoid like that. Ultimately, Dombrowski's going to talk coming up at 2:45, so we'll hear what's the first question for Dombrowski today.
You know what I would ask him? What made this different than firing Rob Thomson than firing Joe Girardi? What made it
that would be a great question. The other question.
He also said 40-game
That's what I would have asked. You said 40 games. Why are you pulling the trigger at game 29 or 28?
All right. Well, boys, wild day. Rob Thomson yesterday, seemingly they did nothing on the off day. They waited until today. They play the Giants coming up. Let's take a quick look at the Giants series. You're going to get Luzardo. He's got to start pitching better, Oscar. We know that. Luzardo is a guy that I think all three of us think Luzardo is a top-end number 2 or 3
He's
starter.
A stopper. He's a stopper, right? And I'm not saying he's being
paid. He's being paid to be a stopper. Let's be very
correct.
Clear.
Yeah. But again, that's the expectation. So to me, I'm not saying he's going to ignite the fan base if he goes out there and throws 6 or 7 shutout innings. But I still remember the night they fired Joe Girardi and Rob Thompson's first game. They beat the Angels like 10-1. I think Brandon Marsh was the guy with the home run for the Angels.
I told you this yesterday, and I'll repeat it again. To me, I personally would have given Rob Thomson. He deserves this 10 games. To get them to 40.
Yep.
He deserved to be given the chance. And particularly, looking at those 3 teams, you saw how the Marlins lost yesterday. They lost in the bottom of the 9th inning against the Dodgers. They don't have enough relief pitching. Fairbank got hurt or he was pulled out of the game. And look, they were walked off. They were walk off. So and San Francisco is the lowest score run. I thought Rob Thomson deserved. That's why I'm talking about. That's what I would ask him the question: what changed, and why wouldn't you want to give Rob Thomson this additional?
I love that question, Oscar. And you know what? I thought maybe they'd sit Rob in his office yesterday or today or whatever. He'd go to Dave's office and they say, "Look, we'll reevaluate this probably next week or in 2 weeks. You deserve this. Like, you deserve at least, and unless they said we want to do this."
If that's the case, I'm sure Rob said, "You know what? I'll get out of the way."
Yeah. Potentially.
Yeah.
The players like Kevin Long. Let's just be realistic. The players like Kevin Long.
Luzardo, Malley tonight. That's the pitching matchup. Sanchez goes for the Phillies tomorrow against Logan Webb. A really good pitching matchup tomorrow. And Hauser against Painter. So Phils have some pitching matchups that they should be able to take control of here.
You should sweep the series.
Yep. All right.
You should sweep the series.
I agree with you.
A emergency pod on this Tuesday as the fastball delivers.
We apologize for the people who tuned in at normal time.
Well, they can rewatch it in all our social media channels, so they'll have it there.
No ABS needed here. This one was a called strike 3 on Rob Thomson. You are out. Hey, listen, I'm not a blame the manager guy. I do understand you had to do something. I actually put out there, I say, if you don't want to change the manager, you want to do some drastic things, but they weren't going to do that. They weren't going to do some crazy, DFA that guy, bring this guy up. I'm having some fun.
And that wasn't even engagement farming, Mike Gill. That was, look, I have a plan and this is what I would do.
I'm too old to know what engagement farming even is, to be honest with you.
Come on, Mike. Come on.
But I think the Thomson move, I'm not against it. I don't think it's going to make a huge difference. But, boys, we shall see. Jeff, Oscar.
One thing before we leave, Mike, I truly do not want to leave without this. Thank you, Rob Thomson.
That is one heck of a career right there.
One heck of a manager, one heck of a career. He's a winner in my book. What this guy did since he became the manager of this team, what he's given to this team is something that we will always remember, and he got us to a World Series. Unfortunately, we did not win it, but he was very, very special. Thank you, Rob Thomson.
355 wins, 270 losses. It is the 10th most wins all time, second highest win percentage in franchise history, a National League championship. He is to the postseason all 4 seasons that he led the team, and he was fired today at 9-19.
I have one parting shot, and I don't know if you guys used to watch the sports reporters, but they always had the parting shot. Mine is this. The Phillies' postseason expectations came because that guy became the manager. They started winning the second he became. Dave Dombrowski used to talk postseason expectations. I'd laugh. I'm like, what postseason expectations? You guys didn't make it in 11 years. I don't care who you signed. This was the most unlikable team until Rob Thomson came here. And all of a sudden, they started winning. And the World Series expectations became real because of him. Don Mattingly, I know he's the interim manager. He's got some big shoes to fill. Whoever becomes a manager in 2027, they got some big shoes to fill because Rob Thomson won a lot of games here.
All right. Well, boys, good stuff. Jeff, Oscar, we'll do it again tomorrow. And Rob Thomson will not be with us tomorrow, but the three of us will be back. Oscar, Jeff, thanks.
Take it easy. Have a great day.
All right, those guys are out, and Dave Dombrowski's in. So let's go to Phillies President of Baseball Operations, Dave Dombrowski, now on the Sports Bash.
Dave, who do you think is more to blame for the bad start? The players as a whole or Rob Thomson?
Well, this isn't a blame game. I don't. That's not that. We collectively are not doing well. This is a whole group. I don't think we're playing very well from an offensive, defensive, pitching performance. I don't think we're playing up to our capabilities. Squad together just has not done very well. You can blame whomever you choose to do, but for us, we don't really do that. Rob, it's like the rest of us. You bear responsibilities. I talk to him every single day, but just the way things were going are not going well enough. I don't think we're playing up to our capabilities. I think we're a much better club than we played. And so you make some decisions that are tough at times.
Let's go to Matt in the back left.
Dave, when did you make this decision to fire Rob?
Well, first of all, Rob Thomson, I talked to him this morning, as I talk to him every day during the season. We had a very warm conversation. And from my perspective, he's a wonderful person. He's done so much for this organization. I thanked him for it. John Middleton came in after we were done. Wanted to make sure that Rob Thomson, and I had thought about it this time, offering if he wanted to be a special assistant right away, but I think he probably get away and get a break. It's probably the best thing for him. But as John Middleton told him, he said, "You've seen some of the other moves. You're always welcome part of this organization, some of the other people that have left. And I'm sure when he comes back, he'll get a deserved standing ovation from the fans." He's a wonderful person, done a lot, works hard, very conscientious. But I think at this time, I felt that we needed a new voice in there, a little different feeling in the clubhouse at this point. Rob was the first to admit that he doesn't know what's really going on. He's a little bit surprised on how we performed. I know you're going to have a Zoom with him later on, but he's been a little bit surprised. But I just thought at this time was the right time to get a different voice with some different direction. With a lot of the common, of course, Don's been part of our staff here all along. So he's got a pulse of his feelings on how we can perhaps improve a little bit here, a little bit there. Just a different overall as anybody would be coming in. But I think it was just that we needed a different voice in there. And a few years ago, 4 years ago, he was the right voice for us with the club that we had. There was no question about it, and he's done it very well. I think we needed a different voice with this group where we are right now.
Did you try to hire Alex Cora, and why?
Yeah, I did. I talked to Alex. We never got down to the nuts and bolts of things because, but I did talk to him. I mean, he actually called me Saturday night. He just called me as a friend Saturday night after he had heard about it because I guess he calls me one of his mentors, and we talked, and he had never been through that before. We talked on Sunday morning. I think Alex Cora is one of the finest managers in the game of baseball. I say I've been fortunate enough to work with Hall of Fame managers like Tony La Russa and Jim Leland. I've been very fortunate in my career. I think if Alex Cora decides to keep managing, he has a chance to be in that same category. That's how good he is. And I talked to him on Sunday morning. We talked about potentially taking the job. I had told him I'd really come to the conclusion at that point that if he took it, I was going to make a change. I thought that he might take it. But as time went on over the next day into Monday morning, it was apparent from his perspective that he wanted to take time with his family. And he's paid for, and it wasn't because of pay, it wasn't because he's paid through the next year, but he just felt that he wanted at this point to be a father first and foremost. And so that's what he had decided.
Okay, let's go to Cole in the middle.
Dave, I know in the offseason, Don said that his managerial days were likely behind him. What was that deliberation and dialogue like with Don? And, was there any pushback from him?
Well, so what we did is, I talked to Alex. I had a staff meeting planned all along. When I say staff meeting, some of you you've observed we've had some of our scouts in town, our trusted lieutenants, since last Friday. Joined in Atlanta. They're staying through the San Francisco series. I had people in the front office that I had already asked to be part of that meeting, mostly assistant general managers, but different perspectives. And really the reason I asked those guys to come into Atlanta is I said, you know, I want to check myself as much. We have not played very well. Are we, is this the type of club we are? Are we, is this us? I mean, realistically, we haven't played well in any part of it. Falls on my responsibility, all of our responsibilities, I'll take it. But I said I'd like to hear some other voices. You watch other clubs play. You watch how they go about their business, the talent that's out there. We talked. We had planned on getting together Monday afternoon, which we did at 1 o'clock. Those guys, along with the front office staff, and we talked about a lot of different things. How the club was playing. Alex wasn't going to take the job at that point. Should we still make a change? What other alternatives we should be? And we came to the conclusion, I came to the final conclusion that we were going to make a change. I think it was the best for the club, that the ideal person to step in at that point. And you at this time of year, unless you would hire somebody like an Alex Cora, you're going to hire an interim because otherwise you need to go through an interview process. And so at that point, we agreed that the best person for that job would be Don. And I didn't know how he would respond, and I called him up and asked him I'd like to decide to make a change. You're the first person that has come to the mind is from an interim perspective in that regard, and I'm asking you if you would take the job. And he said I'll do that for the organization for sure, and I'll do it with. I said, are you okay with it, full speed? He said, yes, I am. I'm ready to tackle it. I'll tackle it full speed. I'm ready to go. And so that's how the conversation went.
Okay, let's go to Dan in the middle.
The win-loss record is obviously the final arbiter of the decision. But what would you like to see more from Rob? Is there something you feel like he could have done to change this around?
I'm just going to leave it. I mean, Rob Thomson has done a good job for us, and I'm not going to ask anything more in that. He's done a fine job. And he has his style, he has his methods, he has his ways. Right now, I just think this group here needed a different voice. It just wasn't working, and I'm not putting it all on his back by any means. And I told him that, and we hugged in a very open conversation this morning. But we'll leave it at that for him.
Piggyback on that last question. I mean, when Don was hired here, he said he had no interest in managing again. I don't have the energy for that anymore. I mean, do you feel something has changed? Is he doing this out of obligation? Does you feel like he's really?
Well, probably when he came on board, that maybe was his thought. I didn't think we'd be 9-19 either, so we weren't thinking of him managing at that point. But I've seen him around here. He has plenty of energy. Now, normally when you're talking about, if you were talking about managing, you'd be talking about the long term, and I did not ask him to manage the long term. I asked him to manage this season, and who knows what goes beyond this year. But I think he has plenty of energy, and he had not planned on managing. But I think, first of all, I asked him to do it, and he's part of the organization, just like when I asked Dusty Wathen today when we called him, and it was Don's decision that he liked him as his bench coach. And he said, Dave, I'm part of this organization. I'll do anything you want me to do. I said, we'd like you to be the bench coach, but if you want to be the bench coach, and he said, no, I'm ready to do it. And that's how Don responded. And we're not asking him at this point to manage for 5 years. I'd like him manage us successfully the rest of this season, and I think he has enough energy. In fact, I'm sure he has enough energy. I've watched him chase his 11-year-old son around plenty and play ball with him and what he brings to the ballpark every day. So I'm sure he has that.
Dave, was there consideration to making any other changes to the coaching staff, subtractions, et cetera?
There was not. And basically, when I talked to Don, I asked him how he felt about our staff. Because if he had a strong feeling, since he was stepping in, is there any other changes he wanted to make? He said, no, I like our staff. I think it's good. He said, we knew we needed a bench coach, how we would go about that. I said, you think about that. He called me back later in the day and decided this is what he wanted to do, and to promote AC, who was very deserving to be our third base coach. But I asked him, is there any other changes you want to make? And he said, no, I like our staff. I'm ready to work with them and would like the opportunity to do so. So I said, okay, let's go for it.
Also, the last 4 years or so, there's been a lot of continuity here in terms of everything, right? Roster, staff, et cetera. You know, after going through a period of such continuity, do you think a change like this resonates even more, being that, you know, it's the manager and it's a big shakeup?
Well, I can't say it resonates more because I think anytime you make changes of this magnitude, it resonates a lot, no matter when you do it. Rob Thomson, very well respected in the clubhouse. I know that. The players like him, and deservedly so, and they've accomplished a lot together. But I can't say, maybe a little more because they know him better, because they've been together for a long time period. But I think anytime you make a move of this sort, it's a big change, and I think it resonates a lot inside a clubhouse.
Dave, coming into this season, obviously championship goals, it has been here for the last 4 or 5 years. After, you know, 30 or so games and getting a chance to reflect on this first month or so of the season, do you think those are still realistic expectations as with this roster?
Yeah, I do. I mean, we won 90, 95, 96 games. And I know people say, it's not age that has caught up to us. People I see right now, our guys are not aged out by any means. Some of the guys that aren't even our more veteran guys aren't having a good start to the season. I mean, it's just, that would be an inappropriate statement to me. In fact, some of the guys they're having the better seasons of anybody. But if we play the way we are playing now, we're not. But I do think we're better than this, and that's when I asked our guys to come in and talked about it. And do we feel that way? Do you feel that? And unanimously, the feeling was we're a much better club than this. We watched the other clubs play around baseball. This club is talent. I don't want to say as talented as most. We just have not played that way. So if we don't play that way, we won't. We have to play better in every way. Do I think we can play better? I hope so. If not, then we'll all have made a mistake. And I want to say all, not yourselves. I'm talking about us.
Dave, with the roster has underperformed. You've acknowledged that in Wrigley the other day. Do you have any regrets about the construction of the roster, maybe the approach over the winter? You mentioned not having a cleanup hitter the other day, things like that.
Well, it's when I was asked, we didn't clean it. Nobody's performed as a cleanup hitter. We've had people that have performed in the past as cleanup hitters, so they're not doing that right now. So no, I don't have any regrets. I mean, if we play this way the rest of the year, I'll have a lot of regrets at the end of the year. But I think we're a lot better than this. And I mean, I think it's one of those. I've always said you can always be better. We win 96 games. You can be better than next year. There's no perfect club. I think we have a good club. I mean, I don't know that anybody here or anywhere else. I just saw our starting pitching has not been good. I mean, now we've got Zach Wheeler back, and that helps a lot. But I don't know anybody that would think that this would not be a good starting pitching rotation. It's to me might be the best in baseball. Could be as good as anybody's. Our bullpen's strong. We lost our closer, but he'll be back soon. We haven't scored runs. We haven't hit. I can't predict that some of these guys would have performed the way they have. But no, roster construction, I don't think we have a gaping hole. We knew that we were going to go in. We were prepared to go into center field with a youngster and let him grow. And I don't have a regret in that regard. You need to do that to some. The same thing with Andrew Painter as a fifth starter. I don't have a regret. I'm hopeful some of the guys that we have will pick it up from an offensive perspective. I think that they can.
In the past week or 10 days, you have literally played the two hottest teams in baseball, the Cubs and the Braves, over and over. Was there any thought to viewing this off day yesterday as a potential reset while looking ahead that the schedule does not feature red hot teams coming up, and maybe things could right themselves? And did you back off that? If you had that idea, did you back off it because of Kerr's availability?
Well, was there any thought to that? Yes. I mean, we talked about a lot of different things, and that came up in the conversations. I would hope that we're talking about us as a club in the same light that you're talking about the Braves and the Cubs. but we're not right now. But when we did talk about that, we just felt that if we kept waiting and it didn't fix itself, I just think that at this point something needed to be done in watching us play. And did we discuss that, though? Yeah, we discussed that.
Dave, given some of the shortcomings, whether it's in roster construction or production, why do you think Phillies fans should still believe that you're the right person to lead the front office?
You can answer that question. I'm not going to get into that.
As far as Aaron Nola, he struggled early on this season after struggling last season. What do you see from him that makes you think he can bounce back going forward?
Well, he's still got good arm strength. His arm strength is still there, by all means. And that's usually a key situation. I mean, if his velocity was way down, that would be one thing. His velocity's still up. He probably has to make some adjustments with his pitch mix and and I think he can do that. So I think that that's the potential that he can bounce back. If his arm strength wasn't there, it'd be a lot more questionable, but it is. His breaking ball's still good. Maybe he has to use that a little bit more right off the bat. Falling behind the count a little bit more, maybe that has to do with the ABS system and pitching a little differently. I think he's smart enough and works hard enough and has enough ability that he can bounce back.
Dave, you said a lot of nice things about Rob. You guys have won together. You have a lot of wonderful memories together. How difficult was this decision?
Well, it was tough. I mean, anytime you make a change, but we've worked together a long time. He's a tremendous individual. I like him. I like his family. I've got to know them throughout the time period. We talk every day. In the wintertime, we basically talk every day. There was a time this winter where we had a big storm, and where I lived in Nashville, and I hadn't talked to him in 3 days or so because our phones weren't working, and all of a sudden he just picked up the phone to call me and said, geez, I haven't heard from you in a couple of days. I said, well, my phones don't work. That's why they just start working. So it's hard, but it's part of the business. You know, it's part of those, and you have to make the decisions that you think is the right for the organization, and that's why it's tough, but you need to do those things in my role.
I'd like to follow up with the team real quickly. Is there any player or group of players that you want to see really take the reins, lead this thing to try to get it back on track?
Well, I'm not going to get into specifics. I mean, we just haven't played well collectively as a group. Some guys have done fine. I don't mean to say that everybody's done, but most of the guys just haven't played as well as they're capable of playing, and I think we all need to step it up.
Matt in the back. How much input was there from ownership on this decision? Was this your decision, or was this a decision by ownership too?
No, this is my decision. You know, I always, of course, of this type of magnitude, you'd always include John Middleton ownership involved in it. I would never walk into John's office and just say, hey, John, so, you know, I made such and such trade, or I made such and such. But he leaves these decisions up to me. He's been like that since I've been here. And he would have supported, I believe, in fact, I'm sure, anything that we would have decided.
Any roster moves today?
Well, just one small one. We're activating Bolin, and we've optioned off Hoffman. And we're hopeful, that's the only move. We're hopeful that Duran will be ready in a couple days, but not quite ready yet.
Okay, Destiny.
Dave, should we assume that Alex Kerr will be the manager at the end of this year?
No, you should not.
Okay, so we have Todd in the back.
Jay, big picture wise, what do you think of like the long-term health is of the organization, you know, in terms of player development, you know, just bringing new talent into the system, you know, right now, I mean, you called Felix Reyes the other day. It seems like he was your only option, I guess, short-term impact guy, maybe. I don't even know if he's an impact guy, but you know what I'm saying. Just long-term health, organization, player development, drafting. How do you feel about that? Because that's going to be a big role in how this team performs this year and the next several years.
Sure. I feel great about it. I think it's very good. Now, when you say that about Reyes, he was the person that fit the role. So he's not the only guy that could have come up. We have other guys in various other positions we could bring up if we needed to. But, you know, we've just brought up 2 young guys, in Justin Crawford and Andrew Painter. You know, Aiden Miller, I know, has had the back situation. We still feel really great. We think he has a chance to be a star player. We've got some real good positional players at the AA level that are young, that are off to quick starts this year. We got some pitching depth down below. We have a scouting director and Brian Barber that I think second to none in baseball. We really signed some good young players. I mean, we won't see them soon from internationally. So I feel real good about it. I think we're in a good shape. Now, part of it is, though, that when I say that, you mesh them in as your ninth place hitter or eighth place hitter in most cases, or your fifth starter. Our bullpen is pretty deep at this point. But you have to mesh them in with performing guys that are at the big league level. And I think that our starting pitching, for example, I think we should have a good starting pitching staff, and it's set up for years to be that way with some other guys coming. But we need to perform at the big league level in that regard, too.
If you do creep back into the wild card race by July, do you think you have enough talent to address the need? Maybe for a middle of the order bat, you have the talent in the system to kind of maybe do what you did last year,
Well, there's no doubt that we do, yes. Yeah, I get asked plenty about a lot of our players in our organization. And one thing that's changed, you talk about this, I've had trade conversations earlier than I ever have this year. Other clubs haven't been doing very well either. Clubs have called around. There's no question we have the talent. I'm not saying we're going to do that by any means, but there's no question we have that talent.
Take our last two. Go Jake and then John.
You said Rob 4 years ago when he was brought in was the right voice for the room at that time. The room at this point is built around many of the same people and players that were there 4 years ago. I'm curious, from your perspective, did the dynamic of the room change? Did the composition of Rob's message change? What kind of led to the disconnect maybe between the way that Rob was running the team or leading the team, managing the team, and what's going on in the clubhouse?
Well, first of all, I don't necessarily think that's a disconnect. I didn't use that word. But I thought a different voice. But I think, I don't know, just look at life 4 years ago where anybody was in life. Are you exactly the same? Are the structures exactly the same? Is the dynamics exactly the same? Things change. And sometimes clubs change, personnel changes. But not only personnel, but how they react to certain things. Sometimes they can get, everything's going to be fine, everything's going to be okay, and sometimes it's not. So sometimes dynamics change, and I think that's how life is, and I think we always need to adjust to what takes place over a time period, and it's just a different voice I think is better now.
Last one, John in the front.
I was kind of going to ask something like that. Did you kind of lean on, when you were making this decision, what you did when you promoted Rob Thomson to manager? And in a way, does it create a sense of urgency or send a message to the players? And did you lean on that experience 4 years ago?
Well, I've made some, in doing this throughout the years, I've made quite a few changes throughout the years, and sometimes had a manager for a long time. I've had dear friends that I've let go as managers, and you react to how you think is the best thing to do at a particular moment. And I just think, I don't think you're making a move to send a message. I don't think you do those to do that. If a message is taken from it, that's fine. But I think the reality is you do it because you think it's the best thing to help your ball club and organization where you are right now and going into the future. And so for me, it's more a matter of just thinking it's the right thing to do at this time for us as we go forward.
Thank you, Dave. Thanks, everyone. The Phillies clubhouse is now open. And again, a reminder, Don Mattingly will be available at 4 o'clock in the dugout.
All right, there you go, Dave Dombrowski. And Dave Dombrowski says a lot of different things. He does not have regrets about this roster, though. He does not have regrets about the roster. Not yet, anyway. What was your key takeaways from Dave Dombrowski? He said, this was my decision. Middleton leaves those decisions to me. He did not think about making changes to others on the staff. He said they needed a different voice, and he did admit that he tried to hire Alex Cora. He talked to Cora, and it was almost like, hey, if Cora takes this job, we'll get rid of Thompson. And then they kind of decided, even if he doesn't take the job, we'll probably have to do something, because he said this group here needed a different voice. It wasn't working. When we come back, Frank Close has his Phillies mailbag next. All right, 317, a little late today because of the press conference you just heard from Rob Thomson. Excuse me, you heard from Dave Dombrowski. I don't know if you're going to hear from Rob Thomson. He has been invited to stay a part of the organization. We could dive into that as well. Frank Close, his mailbag, he joins us a little later than normal, but he was hanging in there waiting for Dave Dombrowski. I'll start with that. The mailbag is up, and this was a post-firing mailbag. He had another mailbag ready to go, but he had to scrap that mailbag and answer different questions regarding this. Give me a couple bullet point takeaways from what Dombrowski said. Anything stand out to you, Frank?
Well, one, that he just addressed very openly that he tried to hire Alex Cora. I mean, that's kind of the thing that you don't really talk about most times. Now, granted, Alex Cora is not employed by anybody right now, so I suppose it's fair game, but I was actually very surprised that he was that open about it and basically admitted that he tried to hire him even before Rob Thomson had been dismissed.
Yeah, that was one, and I know there was a lot of confusion whether you could do that or not. I didn't see any reason why you couldn't. Some people think you need an interim, and maybe you could have made Cora the interim manager and then hired him at the end of the year, but he was fair game to me. I know there were some people kind of confused about whether or not you were even able to bring Cora in.
Yeah, well, that wouldn't have been a problem. The issue usually is that you have to go through certain protocols to hire a manager and make sure that you've given consideration to people that are of minority background. Alex Cora himself is Puerto Rican. He would have qualified as that minority candidate, even if he was the only candidate.
All right, Chris wants to know, a lot of people want to know, and Dombrowski did say he did not give any consideration to getting rid of Kevin Long, Caleb Cotham, or anybody else. He said he asked Mattingly, and Mattingly did not want to get rid of anybody. So why Kevin Long does not go with Rob Thomson?
Well, look, I get that the bats aren't working. Like I've heard you say on this air just a little while ago, even this is still a flawed roster, right? But Kevin Long is a very well-respected hitting coach with a big track record. Lasted 8 years with the New York Yankees, which is fascinating. That's a long time in Major League Baseball to be a hitting coach on one team. He leaves. He does get fired from there. Then he goes to the Mets. The only reason why he left the Mets was because they didn't hire him to be manager, and so he chose to take a job with the Nationals instead. And then he was sort of recruited away from the Nationals because he has a real pedigree. And let's face it, the Phillies have about $1 billion tied up in Kevin Long when you consider that Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber, Trey Turner, all three of them are really, really tight with him. And something I just thought about too, the Phillies are looking to go for a shakeup and a change of voice kind of situation here. That's accomplished with one. You don't need to do more than one. If you're trying to shake up the players, if you're trying to make them think, oh man, my guy Rob lost his job because of me, I had better step up. I don't think you need to do that with two of their trusted leaders on that staff. So I think that's been accomplished. Kevin Long tried to get hired by the Mets this offseason. He'd coached for them before. They would have loved to have had him back this offseason, according to some reports. So I think he still remains a desired hitting coach in the league. And if he's all he's got to work with is all he's got to work with. I don't think the reason why Bryson Stott can't hit lefties now is because of Kevin Long or any. I could go down the list, Mike. Right? I think that maybe he's gotten a lot out of players. Maybe he's gotten all he can out of some of these players.
All right, let's go to a lot of people asking these questions, but Tony got to you first. Why is Dave Dombrowski still here? Well, he refused to answer that question.
Yes. Yeah, I was actually a very good question by Tim Kelly, by the way. You just flat out asked, why should they have confidence in you? I mean, that was a pretty direct question, which he did not want to answer. But, I think Dave Dombrowski's resume is why he's still there. I think that he does have the backing of the ownership. And quite frankly, I don't know what another president of baseball operations or general manager, whatever title you want to give them, what are they going to do right now to shape this roster up any differently than it is now? In fact, I thought it was pretty interesting that Dombrowski said that he's already had some trade discussions. I kind of pitched online that maybe the Phillies and Red Sox can match up on something since they're both in crisis mode and have underperforming players. Maybe they could swap something that, for example, an Alec Boehm and Caleb Durbin be involved, something of the sort. But that's a bigger picture type thing. I think that needs to happen in an off season. I think it's now all eyes on Dave Dombrowski to make sure that he can salvage this season. If he can't, I think after the season it could be another situation here. But I think he is culpable for the roster flaws that we've discussed time and time again, and he's got to figure it out.
He had no regrets on the roster, by the way.
Well, you know what? I don't think that he can say that, and then a few days ago say that, well, we don't really have a number 4 hitter. Now he tried to walk it back a little bit and say, well, nobody's performing like one. Well, no.
He said we have guys who have performed in that role before. They're just not performing in that role now.
Right. So to him, he reworded it like it's a performance thing. But no, I don't think there's anybody on this roster who is that right-handed number 4 bat that the Phillies very clearly needed that we've been talking about for years.
Ed wants to know why Alex Cora is not the new manager. We kind of hinted on it, but he was offered the job. He has chosen to not take the job. Now, somebody asked a question directly at the end. I thought that was kind of gutsy. Is it safe to assume he will be the manager at the end of the year, which is what I said in the 2 o'clock hour? It seems pretty obvious that Mattingly will ride this season out and Cora will take this year off, and he will be the manager next year.
Yeah, Destiny Lagardo, she might be onto something. Destiny from Phillies Nation asked that question there, but he's not committing beyond this year. Look, I think it's very fascinating that according to Dave Dombrowski's own timeline, Cora got fired Saturday, and then Sunday he was offered the Phillies job. I mean, that's a really quick turnaround. I mean, I don't care what job you have and you just lost. I don't know that anybody's ready to pivot that quickly. He is paid a lot of money. He's paid $13 million between now and the end of next year. He does not need to rush into another job. And quite frankly, what would the Phillies have to do to make it worth his while to take the job right now? Because they would let the Red Sox off the hook. I mean, this guy is making almost $8 million. He was like the third most highest paid manager in baseball behind Dave Roberts in LA and Craig Counsell in Chicago. So big money committed to him. Phillies would have to make it worthwhile to him beyond that anyway. But to me, I think that's at the offseason, the commitment is only to Don Mattingly till the end of the year. And quite frankly, Alex Cora is going to have some other options too, right? I mean, look at the Houston Astros. They are also underperforming. If they fire Joe Espada, they're going to be looking for another manager perhaps at the end of the year. So he might have some options. And don't forget that Cora was the bench coach for a World Series winning Astros team, although they beat on some trash cans along the way. But I think he's still held in high esteem there. So he might have some other options. So for him personally, and I don't blame him, like take a break, spend time with your family, and then in the offseason, figure out your options.
All right, Frank Close, 97.3 ESPN.com. The mailbag, today's poll question. The Phillies have fired Rob Thomson. When they fired Joe Girardi, Thompson took over a team 8 games under 500, took them to a World Series. Will this move elevate them back to the playoffs?
That's a great question. I think they have time. I think the fact that they got 2 of the toughest teams, just 12 games in a what a crazy schedule, right? Cubs Braves, right? Back to back. A lot of tough games against 2 really tough teams. I think that there's still time to turn it around. And if it's me, you get to June 15th. If you're still about the 500 mark, then you're very much in it. If you look at the trade deadline, a lot of those teams that went for it last year were just teetering a little bit above the 500 mark, or even a couple below. They were able to turn it around. So I think it's really incumbent upon the Phillies now to start making some moves in terms of where they are in the standings. And to do that, they got to take care. They got to take care of business at home against the fledgling Giants. Now they got to go to Miami this weekend, start to take some games against the Marlins, take care of the Athletics and Rockies at home. And then, they get a little bit going here, then maybe you develop some confidence that they can play above the 500 mark and eventually get back there. But to me, by mid-June, they got to be at the 500 mark to be in this and then make some trades.
All right, Phillies Mailbag brought to you by Ventnor Social. We'll be there on Thursday for the Phillies as they take on the Giants. Day baseball, come out and watch it with us at Ventnor Social. Frank Close, everybody, answers your quick mailbag questions on a day Rob Thomson has been fired by the Phillies. All right, Frank, thanks, man.
Thanks. I'll see you Thursday.
All right. Frank will be with us live on Thursday at Ventnor Social. He's going to hang out and talk Phillies with us throughout the day. But when we come back, what do the Nuggets think about today's presser? He joins us on the other side for today's edition of Nick's Nuggets. It's next. All right, 3:35 this hour is brought to you by Broadley's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning. We're a little late this hour because of the presser, but trying to get back on track. It's time for the Nuggets. Early Nuggets today because of the presser. Jeff Kerr is going to join us live from the ballpark. He was at the presser. He'll be at the Don Mattingly presser as well, so we'll kind of get his insight from what does it feel like in that clubhouse right now that Rob Thomson has been fired. Nick Earnshaw is back with today's edition of the Nuggets on the Sports Bash. What's up, Nick?
Mike. I texted you during the Dombrowski.
Real quick, by the way.
Yeah, go ahead.
The lineup is out today.
Wow, Don Mattingly's first.
If you thought that the manager was going to change the lineup, you are mistaken. It is virtually the same lineup that the team has been rolling out there pretty much all season long. The lineup is Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Garcia, Marsh, Stott, Bohm, Crawford, Marchand. So that is Don Mattingly's first lineup of the season. There you go. Sorry.
Yeah, it's all good. I mean, it shouldn't be a shocker that the lineup hasn't really changed much because the manager does not control the lineup. The GM does. The front office essentially tells the manager what to do in today's Major League Baseball. Am I wrong, Mike? I mean, we've talked about that how many times?
You're not wrong. In fact, I was listening to Nothing Personal with David Sampson podcast today, and he was talking about the Boston situation and that basically the manager handed Kerr the lineup card and then had the audacity to say that my roster construction was not good enough, but here's your lineup.
It's unbelievable. So they're always going to find a scapegoat, and we're always going to go back to the de facto, well, we need another voice in there. And that's exactly what Dave Dombrowski did today. And credit to Tim Kelly for asking the question straight up. Well, what about you, Dave? Do you think your roster construction has been good enough? Do you think you could be still in your job? That's essentially what he asked him. I'm paraphrasing because I'm a little excited right now. But
he asked him that question, and he said no regrets on the roster.
He started laughing. Mike, he started laughing. This is crazy to me. Listen, should there be a new voice in there? Sure. Can that maybe give them a little bit of a spark? Hopefully. But remember, he is the one who sets the roster. He sets the lineup. They are being told, the manager, what to put out there on the field every day. And I found this interesting. At the top of the press conference, he said, quote, Dave Dombrowski did, I talk to Rob every single day. He talks to him every day. I'm sure it's not about, just what's going on in your daily life, this and that. They're talking about baseball. They're talking about the roster. They're talking about the lineup. And he gets fired. So it's crazy to me. Another quote that stuck out to me was, quote, our guys are not aged out. Bryce Harper, 33 years old. JT Realmuto, 35 years old. Kyle Schwarber, 33 years old. Trey Turner will be 33 in June. Are you sure they're not aged out or they're about to be aged out? I thought that was a very, very just infuriating comment by Dave Dombrowski. He should be next. And the fact that he seems safe, according to some reports, is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. They have failed this roster. They have failed this run. They did not get better. They brought back an aging catcher. They let Ranger Suarez go, and they are banking on two rookies to help them get over the top. They are not a good club, Dave, and he reiterated it over and over and over again, and he's just not right. They're 9-19.
Well, I would say this. Are they aged out yet? I mean, right now, your two best productive hitters have been Schwarber and have been Harper. So those two guys have still been somewhat productive. Turner has taken a step back so far. Does he turn it around? I'm not the biggest Turner guy in the world. I'm also not going to write the guy out. I don't think he stinks. I just don't think he's an elite player. And for $300 million, I want an elite player, not just a good player.
Well,
that's major step back. Stott, major step back. JT, already hurt. I thought the contract was comical that they gave him.
Yeah, I'm totally with you on the JT thing. But, you can have guys that are just okay, but they're getting paid a lot of money. They're on big deals, hundreds of millions of dollars here. You can't just be okay. And they're older. So you're paying the players that you signed for what they were, not what they're going to be. You need them to be good now and into the future if you're signing a guy to a long-term deal, and that's not what they are. That's not what they are.
This is a team right now, and I asked the question. Fine, there's a lot of people out there that wanted Rob Thomson gone. They just thought he was not the right guy. And I agree with what Dombrowski said. They needed a new voice. My point was I would have got rid of Thomson at the end of last year. I would never have brought him back. But now you have to fire him. So my question is, in 2022, that did help. They got rid of Girardi. People forget. That team had younger talent. Harper was younger. Schwarber was younger. Hoskins was there. JT was younger. Nola was younger. Wheeler was younger. These guys were all 4 years ago. So they had a younger, more talented team. You brought in a manager that the Phillies liked and wanted to play for. Yep. They did not like Girardi. They did not want to play for him. This is a different situation. They like Thomson and want to play for Thomson, and now you have fired him. So I don't know that this is going to do what it did in 2022. I hope it does.
Yeah, I hope it sparks something because somebody needs to be awoken in that clubhouse and in that organization. This is what I was afraid of. And last year was really the last real shot. We talked about it all of last season. We talked about it through the offseason. They brought back the same roster at an older age, and they really didn't get better. They brought in a couple of younger guys, a couple of rooks, but is that going to really make a big difference? They have older players, aging players, heading into the end of their primes, or their prime is already over, and that's not good enough. And then the guys you hope to develop, who were Bohm and Stott, they did not develop as good as you thought they were going to develop. They have not become everyday players. Bohm has, Stott has not. And Bohm has just been all over the place this year with the off-the-field stuff, etc. They have real problems. And I think now it's a culmination of everything happening all at once, and the first domino to go is the manager. They're in a really, really bad position right now. And listen, Don Mattingly didn't even want to manage. He thought he was done managing. He didn't want to do it anymore. And how when he got hired, how early did we think it was going to be before the calls started for Don Mattingly to become the manager? Well, now he is the interim manager, which is crazy.
When they hired him, everybody assumed he was going to take this job if something like this happened. So they did this to themselves. They should have got rid of Thomson in the offseason and moved on. Now, I was shocked that he came out and admitted that he has called Alex Cora and basically offered him the job, and that basically it was incumbent on maybe him saying, you know what, I want to take the job, and then they decided, you know what, we'll just do it anyway. I mean, that was a bizarre situation. He'll be the manager of this team next year.
What also to me is bizarre is that the hitting coach is still here. Kevin Long is still here. Relatively, everyone else is still here but Rob Thomson. That's stunning to me with how bad the offense has been.
That's not stunning to me at all.
It's crazy, but it's crazy. It's crazy to me.
Kevin Long signed a 3-year extension in the offseason, according to
so did Thompson. Thompson signed another year.
Signed a 1 year.
Yep.
Long got a 3-year extension. And again, you got to keep this in mind. Kevin Long is well respected by who? Trey Turner, Kyle Schwarber, and Bryce Harper. They are the 3 biggest personalities in your clubhouse. So, and I thought Dombrowski said something interesting today. He said he didn't think about getting rid of anybody, but he asked Mattingly, do you want to get rid of anybody? And Mattingly said, no, this is a good staff.
Yeah, it's a good club, too. And they have 9 wins. It's a good club, too, and they have 9 wins. Well, we can blame Dombrowski. You can fire the manager. But it ultimately comes down to the players, and the players have not been good enough. You want to have a tier of who to blame? The players should be at the top of the tier. They have not performed. They have not been good enough. I think it should go players, Dombrowski, and then anything after that. They just really have underperformed. It's gone backwards every single year. You have guys that haven't developed like you thought, and you don't have a cleanup hitter. You don't have a right-handed power bat. The roster construction isn't great. But the players have not performed. That's why you're in this predicament, because they have a lot of money in some talented players that have not lived up to expectation. They are the biggest disappointments out of this whole thing.
I don't disagree with that one bit. I said today there are probably 6 to 7 things ahead of Rob Thomson being a problem for this team. If you are in 2026 and you still think the baseball manager is the biggest problem a team has, you need to join us in 2026. Many people thought that Cora was one of the best managers in all of baseball.
Dombrowski,
and they're 9-19, and they got and he got fired, not because he wasn't doing a good job. The team wasn't any good. And if you listen to people who cover the Mets, many of them are saying the same thing. This isn't Mendoza's fault. They have a bad roster construction. The team is not performing. And a lot of people just always want to blame the manager. Why? Yep. Because they think they could manage. That's why.
Yes.
They know they can't play. People are smart enough to know they can't play, but they do think they could manage.
Yep. I hear you. And the manager, the coach, really any sport, but especially baseball, will always get the short end of the stick. They will always be the scapegoat. They will always be blamed. And this is the case here. Well, we need a different voice. Well, I hope that voice definitely changes. I hope it changes things for the players because they need a spark. They need something. It worked in 22, but as you laid out, they were younger. They were spry. That was a team that hadn't made the postseason in more than a decade. This is a team that's been together for years that still loved Rob Thomson as their manager. I've been seeing the videos coming out as the Phillies clubhouse is open. Bryce Harper said he was that calming presence every single day. We've heard how much people love Rob Thomson. Is Don Mattingly going to be much different? I don't know. You
keep that in mind.
Laid out the lineup.
Keep that in mind, Nick. Joe Girardi was not well liked. They did not like playing for him, and he was a guy who was a little fiery. They brought in Thompson to manage completely different personality.
Sure.
We have a listener who texts in all the time calling Rob Thomson Rob Zombie. It's going to be Don Zombie. Don Mattingly's not some guy who's going to be kicking chairs and flipping things and yelling. So Rob Zombie's going to turn into Don Zombie because this isn't a change in personalities. If you would have said, I fired Thompson and I brought in a guy who was fiery and now a different personality, you might see some change to this team. But you're bringing a guy who's very laid back and very much the same as Rob Thomson. So, therefore, I have a hard time seeing this thing all of a sudden. Now, as Frank Close brought up, the schedule they played Atlanta and Chicago for a huge stretch there, and maybe they just played those two teams at the wrong time, and they're about to take off. We'll see.
Listen, they have a minus 54 run differential. I mean, that's atrocious. You know what's funny? You bring up the Rob Thomson thing, calling him Rob Zombie. And listen, there's things to be critical about Rob Thomson for. I'm not suggesting there isn't. But he is not the bread and butter of the issue here. He is not. It's the players, number one, and the roster construction, number two, or 1A and 1B. We also, as a fan base in this area, you can't win because Rob's a zombie. Nick Sirianni's too emotional. I mean, you can't win. So whoever they bring in, it's someone's going to get criticized no matter what. It's either too emotional or he's a zombie. I mean, there's no meeting in the middle.
I said at the end of last year, I would have fired Thompson at the end of the playoffs and brought in somebody different from Thompson. I would have 100% had no problem if they said, hey, we lost in the playoffs again. I think Rob's done a great job. He's taken us as far as he can go, and we're moving on. That's when they should have done this. Now, I just think it's too late. I mean, this team needed a new voice at the beginning of the season. 20-some games in, 29 games in, I don't think it really does much here. We'll see. I hope I'm wrong.
I agree. And listen, if they got rid of Rob Thomson in the offseason, at least there would have been something different heading into the year.
Yeah.
Now you're in this debacle because there's not much of a difference from last year to this year with the roster. Not much.
You would have told the team at the end of last year that our shortcomings in the playoffs got our manager fired.
Yep. That could have been the best reason. Now, because you got off to such an incredibly terrible start, you have to deal with this debacle of changing the manager midseason, and it's not even May yet. It's not even May. You're a month into the season, and you're already on to a new manager. Not good. Not good for Dave Dombrowski with the good club that he does have.
Hey, listen, it's one of those things. Again, I have no problem firing Rob Thomson here. I would have done it at the end of last season. I definitely think that they waited too long. And now you have to do something like this, which makes you look completely incompetent. Like we all said at the end of last year, you got to move on from Thomson. They didn't only bring him back, they gave him an extension. It was idiotic.
And that was snuck under the radar over the Kyle Schwarber signing during the offseason. Remember that? It was like the same day or the same week or something like that?
Yeah,
Kyle got signed and they snuck that in there.
So the optics were that not only was it acceptable that you lost, it was even if we don't do well this year, but now you got to keep paying him. Now, they did say that he's going to stick in the organization. They want him to stay on as an advisor. Quite frankly, the Phillies didn't think that Rob Thomson was the problem. They just don't have they have no other move to make here.
Nope, and that's the lack of foresight from the organization, and that falls up top. It just does. By the way, Rob Thomson will speak with the media on Zoom at 5 p.m.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, Dave Gallagher, former major leaguer, 9-year veteran, he's been calling for Thomson as well. He said, I don't like to do this. And he also said he thinks that Thomson was a good manager.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, he said the same thing that we've been saying, that there was really no other move to make here because of the team's performance. He did not blame Thomson. We'll talk to him at 5 o'clock tonight.
Yep, I can't wait to hear it. What a start to the Philly season. And, it just starts with that Kerkering overthrow. It's just been a disaster since then, Mike. All right, there are the Nuggets.
All right, there you go. A couple quick nuggets today on the Sports Bash Live. It will seem like one big nugget.
It was really one big nugget. You get fired up. When a manager gets fired, you get fired up. It's one nugget. There's not really much else to talk about when you fire Rob Thomson.
Hey, listen, again, I have no problem with them firing Thomson. I'm not here kicking and screaming for Rob Thomson today. The team did not respond. I said he should have been fired at the end of last year. They waited too long to do this, yes.
Needed to happen, and here you go. There
Absolutely. All right, thanks, Nugs.
See you.
All right, there's Nuggets here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Rob Thompson's going to speak at 5. Maybe we will zoom into that at 5:30 or something tonight. We'll try to hear what he has to say. Don Mattingly at 4. We'll listen to some of the stuff that he has to say. I don't think Don Mattingly wanted this job. I don't think Don Mattingly was too interested in taking this job. In fact, they called Cora and offered him the job, and basically he said no, and then they were almost not going to get rid of Thomson because Cora said no, and then Dombrowski said, well, then we really decided that we would move forward. I mean, holy mackerel. 3 o'clock hour brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, a trusted source for heating and plumbing service for generations. Call 609-390-3907, online, broadlees.net. When we come back, Adam Caplan has today's football at 4 on the Sports Bash. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, is brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook, the best place for game day. Sixers and Celtics tonight. Anybody excited about that one? Me neither. But the Sixers in Game 5 tonight against the Celtics, trying to extend that series, bring it back to Philadelphia. The Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. Adam Caplan for today's Football at 4. We're going to look at the roles for this rookie class. I want to see what Adam thinks, how he rolls. We always talk about filling roles and drafting for the future. Well, let's take a look at the draft class and how, Adam, they fit into the 2026 Eagles.
Yeah, and right before we get into this, Mike, we'll talk about the front office changes, which were very interesting and significant. So, Makai Lemon is just like you check off every box with this guy. We talked about it on Friday, but I have more information. There are two things that are concerns, but he has no control over it. His height. It's really his arm length is very short, and that's a concern. Certainly, if you go against taller corners or corners with longer arms, and deep speed. They're not going to ask him to go deep much, Mike. He's a short to intermediate guy, but he checks off so much: hands, toughness, competitiveness, route running. He does everything well. I asked a prominent receivers coach I've known for a number of years. I said, "Hey, what do you think of Lemon?" He told me this over the weekend. He goes, I know that a lot of us who do what we do probably tell you these things, and you might roll your eyes. And you know me, I don't throw these around a lot, but they just happen to go to the same school. There's a lot of the receiver from the Lions, whose name escapes you right now. Amon-Ra St. Brown. Yeah, he goes. He is like Amon-Ra St. Brown because he's got inside-outside ability. No, he's not an X receiver, but you could reduce him, you can move him. He said, absolutely, Philly will do this, just like the Rams do, where Puka Nacua, he'll line up outside. Right before the snap, he gets reduced. He starts moving inside. It's because, as one Rams coach told me over the years, we know there's no way that him and Cooper Kupp would be able to win on their own, so they help him. And John T. Filippo told me, the former Eagles quarterbacks coach has been an OC, it's much harder to cover a tough slot receiver than a dominant outside receiver because you have to basically, if you don't press that guy, you're giving him so much space where the outside guy, the true outside guy, the X receiver might be more talented, but you could double him. You typically don't double a slot guy. Just there's way more inside this thing. We'll maybe someday we'll go into all that stuff, but the Amon-Ra St. Brown stuff I think is actually legitimate, and I was like, wow, okay. This kid. Now here's the question. We'll move on to Eli Stowers in a minute. How much 11 personnel are they going to play? Now, if you're bringing in Makai Lemon, he's a first rounder. He has to start if he's ready to play. We know they're going to trade A.J. Brown. That's never been really in question, no matter what some of the fans think. Lemon is an inside receiver. That's almost always where he'll line up by the snap. Well, if you're playing him inside and Devontae Smith outside, you've got Dontavian Wicks, who they're going to pay $12.5 million in total cash. They guaranteed about $7 million of it for 2027. Mike, he's probably going to play a lot, so they're going to probably be heavy 11 personnel.
Yeah, I would imagine we see them utilize Makai Lemon a lot in this offense, especially over the middle. And let's mix in Eli Stowers and how they're going to use him. They're going to ask Jalen Hurts, hey, man, get used to the inside of the hash marks here.
He has to do it, Mike. I'm so glad you brought that up. That is a major issue going forward. It's really the number one issue with this offense. They will call inside passes. Will he make the throw? Because when Jalen is late, he kills the progression. And if you listed the multitude of reasons why A.J. Brown wants out, that's one of them. Moving on to Eli Stowers, this will be his fourth year playing tight end. Before that, high school, grade school, first couple years in college, he was a quarterback. Yes, he needs to get bigger and stronger physically. He's not going to get taller, but he needs to get stronger. We know that. But, Mike, he is a supreme athlete, really, really smart. I like that he's a former quarterback, that he understands that sort of the nuances of what a quarterback wants to do. And what they're going to do with him, Mike, is he will be an F tight end. What is that, Mike? An F tight end is behind the line of scrimmage. You'll notice Zach Ertz did it a lot. Grant Calcaterra didn't do it enough. It's he might be 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage. He'll either stay there or he'll be in motion. They have to do a better job of using someone like this, like Grant Calcaterra. We had a big problem with the way that they used him last year on Inside the Birds. We did it all by coaching tape. We showed it. It wasn't just an opinion; it was a fact. The former coaching staff did a bad job with their usage of Calcaterra, and that's going to end here. I strongly believe that Ryan Mahaffey and Sean Mannion, who worked together in Green Bay, Ryan Mahaffey, the tight ends coach / run game coordinator, they won't ask to do things that he can't do, and that was bad last year. But he is a supreme athlete. I wouldn't expect more than 50% of the snaps, if not less. Zach Ertz played 41% of the snaps his first year. Folks, be patient. And there's going to have to be some patience with the scheme, the quarterback, the offensive coordinator is now only third year coaching. We're just going to have to be a little patient with this thing. But Stowers is so gifted.
All right, so there's two skill players, Lemon and Stowers. Let's go to offensive line Markel Bell and see how he might have a role this year, if at all.
Yeah, well, he's the question is will he dress every week? Because Fred Johnson will be the top backup left tackle and right tackle. That's why they brought him back. Markel Bell, you'll hear this when we dropped it today. The intel with Greg Cosell, I won't give it away totally, but Greg had a very strong opinion on Markel Bell, who is their third-round pick out of Miami. Bell has a weight issue, we're told. He's aware of it. Talked to a coach who interviewed him, an offensive line coach for another team who interviewed him leading up to the draft and loved him. He said he connected well. In fact, he implored his general manager to draft him in the third or fourth round, but the Eagles beat him to it. He's a developmental player. The hope is if Lane Johnson retires after the season, at the very minimum, because the third round, by the way, is a starter round. It's the lowest of the true starter rounds. The hope is he competes for that starting right job in 2027, maybe versus Cam Williams. We'll see. But and by the way, Markel Bell was a left tackle in college. He will not play right tackle here. Full time. He certainly is good. The guy that I talked to, the offensive line coach, he said he's not a good enough athlete. He said he would not be a left tackle at our level, and he said he has to think that the Eagles see it the same way.
No chance he gets a look at guard.
That was a Stout thing. I learned my lesson when Stout did the unthinkable, moving Kai Becton to guard a position he never played before. Mm-hmm. You never say never, but he's 6'9". You want to take advantage of this unbelievable arm length. One of the biggest offensive linemen and longest offensive linemen in the last 25 years to come out of a draft, and particularly at the Combine.
Yeah, Jeff and I brought that up yesterday, wondering, like, hey, they used Bell there, Becton there. Could they just see that? But you're right, that was a Stoutland thing there.
Totally.
So let's go to Cole Payton, because some people would say they drafted a quarterback, but
I know.
What kind of role might he have?
All right, so it's another guy. I have to explain kind of what he is. Yes, he was drafted as a quarterback, to be clear, but as one area scout said from another team to me, he goes, I'll just tell you, in my report, I put in because his team says, what does he project? What kind of role do you see? And he had to put in his report. We would have to use him if we draft him as Taysom Hill. He will not be a pure quarterback. He just does not throw the ball well enough. His touch, because of the mechanics, you'll hear Greg Cosell talk about it. When you have poor mechanics, which he has, it looks like at times he has a weak arm. It's hard for me to describe unless you watch it. You'll see throws from him, you go, wow, that's like a really good downfield throw. Then you'll see passes that lose energy. You go, man, why could this guy throw the ball past 15 yards? It's because the mechanics need to be adjusted significantly. Parks Frazier is now the new quarterbacks coach, and he hasn't really developed quarterbacks before. This is a concern for me, Mike. He's a young guy. I know he's very smart. I get that, but this is a project player for them. I'm fascinated to see what they do with him because, again, he's a hybrid player. He's a quarterback first, but you know what? Taysom Hill is the projection. Someone like that. Now, Taysom Hill is more explosive. Taysom Hill is as a runner, but Cole Payton's bigger. He is a bull out there. I mean, this guy's super aggressive and a really good athlete. I would say that if you heard what Nick Sirianni said, he was not holding anything back. This guy is explosive.
All right, very interesting there as we take a look at possibly a little gadget player. Micah Morris, a Georgia SEC guard, left guard, right guard, not a lot of college experience.
Yeah, and look, he's got some technique issues. He's a guard only. He's a developmental player that, here's the thing that helps him make the team. We know how he has a history of keeping a majority of his draft picks, at least for the first year. They are so weak at backup guard. It's the one position on the offensive line. They've got their backup center in Drew Kendall, but they need to figure out. It's why Willie Lampkin, we keep getting questions on him. He's a major long shot to make it. However, when he gets cross-training OTAs, he's got to really push. It's still a major long shot. There's just the Eagles have too many issues with with numbers on their to get to 53. It's going to be really hard. It's going to be harder than it has been. But Willie Lampkin's got to push for a guard. Look, they need a backup guard, man, badly. Willie Lampkin again is a major long shot, but it's got to start for him. And Michael Morris, look, he's another guy that needs work, but he has an opportunity because they don't really have a future backup guard right now.
All right, Adam Caplan, football at 4. Let's go deeper into the 7th round where they had 3 players. Cole Wisniewski here, a safety, and of course, we think they need a safety. Is there a role for Cole Wisniewski?
Yeah, he does. He tackles really well. He's got great length, although sometimes it's a detriment. Most teams do not like tall safeties over 6'3". He's a guy that's got a shot. Whether it's special teams, he's not a great athlete. He's a decent athlete. He's got good length. He's a smart football player, tough. But you'll hear Greg Cosell talk about it. I won't give it away. He needs a lot of work. But they're very light on depth at safety, so he's going to have a shot.
Uar Bernard.
Can't wait for him. Cannot wait for him.
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about this guy. I'd like to know, okay, you draft this guy. Whose radar is he on? Does anybody else know about this guy? Is this like a situation where the Eagles did a lot of people know about him? They're fascinating. And by the way, measurables, very much like a Myles Garrett. He's about 25 pounds heavier than Garrett, but the workout, ridiculous.
My key is, look, I understand he's never played football in his life. I know he's got a lot to prove. The chances are they won't, if he shows anything, because the word will get out, by the way. If he does decently where the media see it in training camp, every NFL team has what's called a news service where they see clips. They'll know. So I would bet the house some way or the other, whether it's IR, some way they'll look to keep him.
Crazy that the guy is, of all 300-pounders in the history of the combine, his numbers have just exceeded all of them, but he's never played football before, and so we'll see. And then Keyshawn James Newby is an edge rusher.
Yeah, in Mexico State, he won't make it. It's just they have too many edges. So I've told people, if asked, he would have to be like the best special teams player on their team to make it. They just have way too many edges. He's got like a 5% chance to make it. Man, the kid from Virginia Tech last year, we all thought would make it. Antoine Powell-Ryland didn't make it. He had great college numbers for 2 years at Virginia Tech. He didn't make it. So, Keyshawn James Newby. We'll talk more about him in training camp, but real long shot to make it.
All right, there's a look at what the Eagles did and some of the roles that you could expect from this draft class this season here for Football at 4 with Adam Caplan here on the Sports Bash. Check out the Inside the Birds podcast on all podcasting platform for the offseason news that you need. Thank you, Adam.
Mike, real quick, Alec Halby out. He was
yes.
on his own. Yeah, he did. We gave it to our Patreon people a couple weeks ago. He left on his own to go into private business. He's not good, out of football. And Bryce Johnson, that's a big loss for them. Who's unreal at cap management and contract structure. He'll do the same thing in Atlanta. That's a big loss for them.
All right, good stuff from Adam. Adam, appreciate it, man.
All right, man. See you.
All right, there you go. Some front office, and when the Eagles lose front office people, they have lost many over the course of the last, over the Howie Roseman tenure. Now they always seem to kind of find new ones, but you keep losing people. You keep losing good people. Don Mattingly's first lineup as Phillies manager, very much like a Rob Thomson lineup tonight. It is Schwarber, Turner, Harper, Garcia, Marsh, Bohm, Stott, Crawford, and Marchand. Luzardo is the starting pitcher. And I know a lot of people thought because if Thompson was out, the lineup would change, but I don't see what are you going to do to change the lineup, number one? Number two, I don't expect the platoons to change. That's not going to happen. So I don't expect much difference. The lineup, platoons, any of that stuff. You just better hope that Don Mattingly gets a little bit of fire. And, look, they have an easier schedule coming up here. They just played the Braves, who have been the hottest team in baseball, and the Cubs, who have been the next hottest team in baseball. You got to hope that the Phillies just kind of ran into a wagon and that they can kind of bounce back against, a bunch of teams now that are kind of in the mid-tier. San Francisco, 13-15. They play them. They got Miami, 13-16. They play them, and then they play the Athletics, who are 15-13. So you got a bunch of teams that are kind of middling right now. You just played Atlanta, who is 20-9, and you played the Cubs, who were 17-12, but in the middle of winning 7 out of 10. So you got to hope that you played your worst when they played their best, and that you can start turning things around and playing your best. We'll see. It all starts tonight with that lineup that is very Rob Thomson-esque.
Yeah, so I'm still working on the audio, Mike, but a couple quick notes I wanted to share with you about what Mattingly
Yeah,
said.
Mattingly just got done talking.
Yeah, I have no idea what Caplan told you for the last 15 minutes, so I was listening to Don Mattingly. Mattingly, first of all, he told the media there's not going to be much difference between him and Rob Thomson. They're very similar, demeanors. So for those who are hoping for, Larry Boa, that ain't coming, as you pointed out earlier in the show. Also, Mattingly brought up, he says there's a couple of small tweaks and changes he would like to make, but he says they might not be discernible to people who are not paying attention.
I'm interested to see what those might be.
Right. He also said that, this team, that these guys, they have really good guys. They got to go out and prove it. And he talked about how, when he used to be with other coaching staffs, he hated coming to play this team because he knew how good these players are. So he's kind of taken, by the way, he also said, we got a good ball club. He also said it. So,
by the way, Dombrowski and Middleton did discuss a special assistant role for Rob Thomson. So the door is open for him to stick around and be a part of this organization. Look, they did not want to do this. They knew optically they had to do something. They didn't say, Rob Thomson failed us and he's a bad manager. They said, our team is 9-19. We cannot do anything to change this roster. Look, Alec Bohm right now, Aiden Miller's not ready. He's hurt. So there's no one pressing Bohm to take his spot. They don't have a second baseman in the system that is really ready to go. Arun Escobar is the next guy, and he's probably another year or two away. They really don't have guys that could come up here and help. I suggested Dante Nori, and look, he's 21 years old. He hasn't been above Double-A. That's probably a long shot, but is there anybody in this system that can come up here and hit? The problem with Nori is left-handed, and that's a long shot to bring him up. He would be the only guy that I think could possibly handle coming up here. You play him in left field every day. You move Marsh and let him platoon with Garcia. That was kind of what helped this team last year when they moved Kepler from the left field spot and moved him to right field and started to platoon with Castellanos. Maybe you put Marsh in right with Garcia, let those two guys platoon. The problem is you don't have an everyday left fielder. I suggested Dante Nori as, look, he's hitting like .430 against lefties in the minor leagues. Now, those numbers don't really translate as we see with Justin Crawford is hitting, what, .083 against lefties right now?
Yeah, Crawford has obviously struggled. And, it's hard to know how much of that is he's a rookie and how much of it is he's just not going to be good against left-handers. We'll see over the next few years. We have a much larger sample size of Brandon Marsh against lefties.
The point being is the guys that they currently have on this roster, there's no one to really push them right now. It's not like the next top prospect is waiting behind. Now, Alec Bohm would be the one, but Miller being hurt, I think, has clouded that situation a bunch.
Really quick, do you think that some of these guys need to be pushed?
Sure.
Okay.
100%. Everybody needs to be pushed. Bryce Harper needs to be pushed. Trey Turner needs to be pushed. Everybody should be needing to be pushed. That someone can always take your job.
I'm just wondering because, like, sometimes I almost wonder, like, when I'm watching these at bats, it's like these guys don't have like the professional pride to go up there and put in a good effort sometimes. And I don't know, like,
well,
is a
and
guy.
many people thought that this team got too comfortable under Thompson. That was one of the criticisms, is that these guys look too comfortable. Why? Because there's nobody in the system that's going to play first base. That's Bryce Harper's job. And that's part of the problem when you sign these guys to these contracts. They don't have to. They have a 13-year contract.
But shouldn't a superstar not need to be pushed?
No, and I don't think Bryce Harper does. I don't think Trey Turner does. I don't think Kyle Schwarber does. But Trey Turner, he's not playing well. And quite frankly, I haven't loved the Trey Turner deal since they got it. I don't think
you've
he
been
stinks.
against that from day one.
Yeah, I don't think he stinks. He's a good player. For $300 million, I don't want a good player. I want a great elite player, and I'm not getting one.
What I don't like about Trey Turner is the fact that, anytime he doesn't play well or something doesn't go well, he just chalks it up to, it was a bad day at the office kind of attitude. And it's like, no, dude, like when you consistently make the same mistake.
He's just a very laid-back guy. He's very, he just always has a look on his face like, don't care, tomorrow's another day. And that's fine. I'm not one of these guys that need you to kick and scream and stuff. But for $300 million, to me, he's a good player. He's not a great player.
Well, it's like what Jimmy Rollins has said in different interviews where he talked about, in the city of Philadelphia, you got to show the people that you care. And the moment you show them you don't care is the moment they stop caring about you.
All right, well, coming up, we're going to go to the ballpark. What's the mood in the clubhouse? Bryce Harper has spoken. Rob Thompson's going to speak at 5 o'clock. We will carry that for you on the Sports Bash. Dave Gallagher, former major leaguer, he's going to tell us what's it like to be in there when your manager gets fired. He's played for managers who have been fired. So we'll get that perspective at 5 o'clock with former major leaguer Dave Gallagher at 5 o'clock tonight on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN.
I've talked with the players about, this is a we thing. This isn't point your finger at one thing and say this is a solution. The solution is play better baseball than the other team. We've lost because we haven't played better baseball than the other team. We're talented enough. We know that. We believe that. We just got to go do that. Right? You can talk about it all you want. You got to play better baseball. And I know you guys want all kinds of different answers and solutions, but it's play better baseball.
Don Mattingly, his first words as the manager of the Philadelphia Phillies. We just got to play better baseball. Is Don Mattingly going to shake the cage for the Phils and get them riled up and ready to go? Well, his first lineup would suggest otherwise. It's very similar to the lineup that Rob Thomson was handed most nights with his first three in order: Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Garcia, Marsh, Stott, Bohm, Crawford, Marchand. And many people thought that might have been a change or there could have been a tweak. I don't know what you were expecting, but there just isn't much in there to change. Don Mattingly, a former manager of the year and borderline Hall of Fame player, he'll have instant respect in that room. Rob Thomson had more respect than anybody possible in that room. By the way, Don Mattingly won Manager of the Year in the COVID year with the Marlins for going 30-22. So, yes, he was Manager of the Year. But I will say, if you're looking at Rob Thomson versus Mattingly, their records are not even close. Don Mattingly, quite frankly, has not been a very good manager. His record, by the way, he managed the Dodgers. It's not like he had some crap organization with the Dodgers for 5 seasons and the Marlins for 7 seasons. His career record between the two teams, they did not include it in the press release. You know why? Because it's not very good. Mattingly, I'll have to look it up because they did not put his record in here. He did guide the Marlins in 2020. He was manager. By the way, I was wrong. His record was 31-29 when he was named manager of the year. 31-29. And he was manager of the year with can you find I'll find it. Mattingly's managerial record. It's not good. I can tell you that. His record is not good with the Dodgers. He was 446 and 363, and with the Marlins he was 443 and 587. His career manager record, he is about 70 games under 500, 483 win percentage. Thompson has the second highest winning percentage in Phillies history. The postseason record, I think, it's pretty far under 500. Mattingly's not been a good manager, to be fair. I mean, record-wise, I don't know about what he does. Will he have respect in the room? I'm sure he will. Thompson had respect in the room. They love Thompson. Thompson took him to the World Series. He took him to the playoffs 4 times. You think they thought he was an idiot? I mean, come on, man. Just don't be. I know everybody, like, he did this. He was Rob Thomson. He was that. Just because Larry Bowa was a horrible manager. He sucked. Larry Bowa was an awful manager. And because he was fiery, people liked him. He was terrible. He was a bad manager. Don Mattingly is not it's not like he's some great manager here. They're bringing Don Mattingly in because he was the next guy on the bench. Not because they were like, whoa, we got some tactical genius here. They're going to hand him the lineup card just like they handed the lineup card to Rob Thomson every day. Hey, Rob, here's the lineup today. Okay. I mean, Rob sat in on the conversations. They were all on board. That's why Rob Thomson was well-liked in the organization. And, again, this is one of the reasons why I said I don't care about Rob Thomson. To me, he was insignificant. They hand you the lineup card. Here's the lineup today. Now, he didn't fight and say, I don't want these platoons. He said, no, I'll run the platoons because we don't have a better option than the platoons. And guess what? Watch a baseball game. There's platoons all over baseball. All over baseball. I don't know what I don't know what Don Mattingly's going to do to change this team. I really don't. I mean, to me, when you get rid of Rob Thomson, a very laid-back guy, you go to the other side. You go to get a guy who is a little bit more fiery. Something tells me in 2 weeks we're going to have people texting in telling me how much they don't like Don Mattingly. And that's just the nature of this. We all grew up at a time where the manager, especially in the National League, many of us who are in our age brackets, if you're between 25 and 54, maybe not 25, maybe 35 and 54, in that age bracket, you grew up at a time where the manager meant a lot because there was no designated hitter. There was double switches. There was all sorts of stuff day to day. There was no analytics. All right, Jeff Kerr is at Citizens Bank Park with the Phillies. Let's check in with him and get an update on the mood in that clubhouse today. Jeff Kerr is back from Phillies Fastball, and he joins me now on the Sports Bash Live. Jeff, what is the mood like inside that Phillies clubhouse today?
Frustrated. I think they're frustrated with themselves. Honestly, Mike, I think it's more of, look, they know they got to be better. Don Mattingly said that, we have to play better baseball. That seems to be the message right now. It's, they're frustrated with what happened. I mean, Rob Thomson was a good manager to them. He protected them to no end. And, it's going to be different for sure. But, they said, hey, this is on them.
What is going to be different in your mind? I think that's one of the big questions here. People think Thompson did this. What is going to be different potentially with Mattingly?
Well, we didn't see any changes in the lineup today, did we? So, Don said that there are going to be some changes. He said they're not going to be noticeable. There'll be some changes. So I wonder if that's going to be like routine or stuff that they're going to do like that. You're really not going to know until a couple weeks in, but I really think it is simple. Like what he said, you got to play better baseball. We got to hit, we got to pitch, and he said, look, it's on them. It is.
All right, Jeff, obviously Bryce Harper, everybody wants to know, what did he have to say? Because obviously he is the big figure on that team. What was Bryce Harper's reaction?
It was, it's weird, Mike, because it felt like Bryce he kind of spoke for everybody in the sense like, hey, look, we caused this, we got to fix it. This is on us. We have to, and again, I'll just repeat the message. It's just we got to play better baseball. It's frustrating that it ended up like this, but, because he respected Rob Thomson. He said Rob Thomson essentially, changed his career for the better. And, you could tell it was very somber today. Like, this is something that they did not want to talk about, but, it happened. So for them now it's, okay, what can we do to change the direction of this team for this year?
Jeff, a lot of people figured, okay, Rob Thompson's out. There's going to be changes to the lineup. No real changes to the lineup today. Do you get the thought, do you get the, the feeling that there will be some tweaks and changes to this lineup at some point?
Not right away, no. We'll see how things go on. We'll see how, I mean, look, I thought maybe some players would get a reset. Obviously, that didn't happen, at least today. Maybe the reset was yesterday. I think they're talking up as, look, it's like two hot teams, two of the hottest teams in baseball, I was told by a couple players, like in the Cubs and the Braves. So, we'll go from there. And I think that's what they're going to do. I think they're looking at it as, all right, it's, we're 0-0, and let's just get to work.
Right, and, obviously one of the guys under the microscope would be Alec Boehm. The other would be Bryson Stott. Some people anticipate, Jeff, Thompson's out. These platoons will end. Do you anticipate that happening?
Not right now. I think we'll have to see when they face a lefty, right? But, I think they're going to go with the numbers. So, and, I'm curious to see how things roll with that, but I expect to see the right-handed lineup today. I expect to see the right-handed lineup tomorrow, and we'll go from there.
Are there other things they could think about or even do, or is this basically it? They're hoping that Don Mattingly replacing Rob Thomson kind of saves this season.
Yeah, I mean the change was Anthony Contreras, right? And I asked Don Mattingly about Anthony Contreras, and he said, "Look, I'm going to reward people that have put in the hard work and they're good to this organization. So, you knew the relationship was there. You had a close relationship with Rob Thomson. I don't think there's going to be like a lot of big changes here. I think we're going to find out what has changed over the course of the season, and probably over the next couple of weeks.
All right, Jeff, obviously, tonight you've got the Giants in town. You got Jesus Luzardo. We talked a little bit about it during Phillies Fastball earlier today. But how much of this turnaround is incumbent on this pitching staff kind of turning things around?
They just got to pitch better, right? You got to get guys to go 6 or 7 innings. We talked on Phillies Fastball about Jesus Luzardo. It's time. This is what you got to do. He has to be a stopper tonight. He's getting paid $27 million. Go out there, pitch 6 good innings, and give this offense a chance. Don't be down like 3-0 right off the bat, because that's not going to help anyway.
No, and he did. Dave Dombrowski said a couple things. I want to get your reaction to some of the things that Dave Dombrowski said. He said he had no regrets about this roster, and basically said, now, if we don't start to play well, I might have some regrets. But are you surprised that he seemingly didn't want to take a lot of accountability here?
You know what? I think Dave is looking at it as, look, we're 28 games in. We still have time to correct this. We have time to fix this. And, he has a history of making these changes. And, I didn't particularly care for his answer to Tim Kelly's awesome question about, what makes you think he can be GM here. But, it's, that is what it is. Dave's pretty stoic and he's pretty confident in himself. And I think he was showing, hey, look, I'm still confident in these guys. It's just, look, we have to make a change. This is like the power play move. We'll see if it works.
He did admit flat out that they tried to get Alex Cora. What do you make of that?
I'm not surprised. Are you? We weren't sure what the protocols are. I'm still hearing like you still have to go through the managerial process and the interview process, but that doesn't mean Alex Cora's not going to be manager of this team next year. But it definitely looks like it's like, hey, this guy's available. We have a chance to make a move here. Why don't we do it?
Yep, he did admit flat out. He tried to have Cora. And now he said it almost seemed like they asked Cora, and if Cora said no, there was a chance that Topper could come back. And then I guess they were like, well, even if he says no, we'll make the move. He did say no thoughts on making changes to the staff. Kevin Long, Caleb Cotham. He said he asked Mattingly his thoughts, and Mattingly likes the staff. So were you surprised that they did not think about other changes?
No, because I think Don's really close with a lot of these guys. Like Kevin Long, like Caleb Cotham. Very good. But to me, it's more of, okay, like, these are my guys. Like, I'm like, not that I'm going down with the ship. These are the guys I trust. Like, and that's why, when they promote Don, well, you need someone. You need to move some things around. So, Anthony Contreras is well respected in this organization. Young players like him a lot. I think this is an opportunity to reward a guy, and that's what he did. And look, part of me thinks like maybe they wanted to move on from Kevin Long, but they couldn't do that because players respect them too much.
Yeah. All right. Well, have you talked to any other players that had anything that stood out to you?
You know what, Mike? I think from my group conversation, it was more of, hey, look, not that they didn't want this to happen, because they know how much Rob Thomson stood up for them, right? He took a lot of heat for them and had those conversations with them. They feel like they failed him. And they feel like, if we were just 500, he'd still be here, right? And now it's, okay, we have to show, we got to play better. We got to do this. And that was the good thing I got, and I think that's where the frustration lied, because I think they knew, like, you know what, this is the guy that, we're trying to win for him, and we're not doing that. Something's going to happen, and I think they understood that change was coming.
Rob Thomson is going to speak here in about 15 minutes, so I know you got to get going for that. But they did offer him to stick around with the organization. Do you anticipate that he will still have a role here?
I think he'll come back, yeah. I think a lot of players come back, or a lot of former managers come back. I mean, look, Larry Bow is here. He's hitting ground balls right now. So, I think Rob Thomson will come back. Will he be a manager again? No. But, I think he'll be content with that. I'm curious to hear what he has to say tonight, because, I mean, look, he was well respected in this organization. This organization respected him enough that they moved on from him, and they still offer. him to be here. I mean, that's the Phillies way, and it's worked for them for a long time.
I don't know what we know about Mattingly as a manager, but his numbers are not great. Under 500 all time. He was with the Marlins, so it's tough to win there. He was with the Dodgers, not the current Dodger, the way that we know the Dodgers now. But I don't know that anybody should think that, hey, Don Mattingly's here and they got some great tactician. Or what do you think about Mattingly taking over?
I mean, look, we'll see, right? I think you need another 40-game sample size. I mean, we know what Don Mattingly has done with the Dodgers. We know what Don Mattingly has done with the Marlins, but here it's a little different. And Don Mattingly says, look, the talent's here. So, I think that's what we got to roll with right now.
Okay. Well, Rob Thomson about to speak in 15 minutes. We'll have that for you. Jeff, I know you need to get to that. Jeff Kerr's at Citizens Bank Park, at Jeff Kerr, PHL. Follow him on Twitter X for tonight's Phillies game against the Giants. And tomorrow we'll have more on Phillies Fastball. Jeff, thanks, man.
Yep, you got it. Thanks, Mike.
All right, there's Jeff Kerr live at Citizens Bank Park. And, of course, the Phillies fire their manager today. And, listen, I don't know. Maybe people think this will change things. I am in the boat of I don't know what to think. I really don't. I don't think Rob Thomson was high on my list of things that were a problem with this team. So I don't know that it's fixable from the perspective of just changing the manager. I hope I'm wrong. We shall see. It starts tonight. Now, as Jeff mentioned, the Phillies think that they have a schedule of games coming up that they can start to right the ship. Greg from North Jersey says Mattingly gets instant respect in that room and buy-in. Sure, he's not going to flip a table, but team will play sound ball, hustle, and punch above their collective weight. Not saying they make the playoffs, but the product will be better. Okay, maybe. Greg, that's well put, by the way. I think Thompson had the respect in the room. I would ask this question. Did Mattingly get the buy-in and respect from the Dodgers? Because they weren't good. Did he get the respect and the buy-in from the Marlins? Because they weren't good. He's an under 500 manager. I'm not trying to rip Mattingly. I don't know that just because Mattingly was a really good player that all of a sudden means the team's about to turn the corner here. I know people love the former player who was a great player. We'll talk to Dave Gallagher about that coming up because Dave was a guy who, look, he was a platoon player during his career. We'll get his thoughts on it coming up on the Sports Bash. By the way, Sixers do play tonight. It could be their last game of the season if anybody cares. It's on 97.3 ESPN.
The manager stinks on balance is dumb guy commentary. And I like to live in a world in which I rebuke narratives. I live in the objective. I don't point to things that the average fan or the average media analyst might point to and say, in hindsight, this was a bad decision based on the results. I hate that. To me, there's nothing worse than the Monday morning quarterback who's second-guessing the bad results. And on balance, that's what we do as managers in Major League Baseball, and it's bad. It's dumb guy commentary.
Hembo on the Sports Bash. Hembo's going to be on the show tomorrow. That was something he said about criticizing the manager. It's dumb guy. What did he say? Dumb guy what?
Dumb guy
commentary? Dumb guy commentary to blame the manager. Now, it doesn't mean you can't blame certain moves and say, hey, they really shouldn't have done that. But to blame the manager for the team's failures, dumb guy commentary. Hembo's on the show tomorrow, 4:30. So lock it in tomorrow on the Sports Bash. Thursday, we're live at Ventnor Social. Listen, I have no problem that Rob Thomson got fired, and quite frankly, I thought they should have fired him at the end of last year, not because I think he's a problem, but they needed to change the optics of this team. We knew that the roster was staying the same, so you can't bring back the same manager. Just like tonight, for instance. When Nick Nurse gets eliminated tonight, he will be fired because you can't bring back the coach when you can't change the players. Now, if you could change the players, you can keep the coach and say, listen, these players weren't getting the job done. Let's get new players in here. You could do that. Nick Nurse can't do that. You know, I saw somebody write an article last night, and I like the guy, by the way, who wrote the article, but my God, he says, I got to find the article. Let me see if I can find it real quick. It was a Pittsburgh outlet who should stick out a cover in West Virginia, should stick out a cover in Philadelphia sports, by the way. But he says, can I find it? Let me see if I can find it. Where did I do with that article? Well, essentially he said that the Sixers have to make the decision to move on from Embiid. Guess what? They have made the decision that they would move on from Embiid. The problem is no one will take Embiid. So therefore, Nick Nurse has to go. Unless you could change some of the players on the roster, the coach has to go. And that's why the Phillies should have got rid of Thompson at the end of last year instead of this situation this year.
I think everybody kind of felt that something was going to happen, especially everything that happened in Boston. It was just a kind of a matter of time. If we didn't start playing well, then something was going to happen. I mean, that's just kind of how sports works. That kind of how the game works. So I felt Tomper thought something was coming. I thought the team thought something was coming, and then obviously they made their decision, and we just got to put it behind us and start playing better baseball.
Interesting stuff from Bryce Harper. He said, when something happened in Boston, we thought something had happened. That was on Saturday, by the way. They've only played one game. He said, I think Topper thought something was coming. We all thought something was coming. Well, it came today. Rob Thomson, fired. Don Mattingly, hired. What's it like playing for a team that gets the manager fired? Well, we'll ask a guy who lived it. Former major leaguer, 9-year Major League Baseball veteran. Played with the Phillies in 1995. And he joins us frequently on the Sports Bash to give us insight from a former major leaguer, including what happens on a day when the manager gets fired. Dave Gallagher's back, and you brought this up last week. You kind of hinted at you think that it might be time to make a move and that Don Mattingly, he is the new manager. And interestingly enough here, Dave, they did admit they reached out to Alex Cora to take the job. He declined. I thought that was interesting. But Rob Thomson fired today. Fair or unfair, that remains to be seen. But you've lived this before.
Yeah, I have. It's a very awkward feeling. For me, it was because the managers came from outside the organization both times. When Jeff Torborg was fired, when I was playing on the Mets, Dallas Green was hired. And it would have been just prior when I played on the Angels, Doug Rader was fired and Buck Rogers was hired. So it's awkward. This won't be as awkward for the players because Mattingly was in the dugout. He knows the players. They know him. They might see a little bit different him. I'm sure he's had ideas of what he would do a little bit differently, and that'll be interesting to see as these games unfold. But you feel terrible. It's another man losing his job, and everybody in the locker room is partly responsible for that. So, typically you'll go in, close the door behind you into the manager's office and apologize, and and then you shake hands and you move on, and it is the way you make your living. So you got to get past it, get back to focusing.
It sounded as if, look, we didn't really think we needed to fire Thomson, but we just needed a new voice. Did you think that when you watched this team that Rob Thomson did a poor job as the manager, that he deserved to be fired for his role in the team's failure?
No, not at all. I'm just, again, you said it. I was part of two of these, and it's amazing what happens. You can kind of see it coming, but everybody kind of pushes it away. Player might get asked, hey, what do you think if you keep going in this direction? Is the manager's job in jeopardy? And you get pissed that the question is asked. And you're not even pissed at the person that's asking it. You're pissed because this is the start of it, and then it just starts rolling downhill, especially when you can't piece a couple of wins together. You can feel it coming. And when I said that, I think it might have been almost 2 weeks ago, when I said that on your show, I started to feel that, like, it's time. How weird is this? The other day when Nola was pitching, and he gives up the second 3-run homer, and I got this, as a hitter, I got this feeling. He needs to drop somebody. And it wasn't that it was anybody's fault on the other team for trying to, from the Braves, just trying to get a hit. But I was feeling humiliated for him and the team. Like, the Braves aren't just beating them. They're kicking their backsides. You got to throw something inside. I'm not saying up by the neck or the head. If you hit somebody, you hit somebody. If you knock them on their ass, that's okay. And if the bench is clear, this is old school, I know. Sometimes it's a good thing because you have so much, you're holding on to so much frustration. Do you imagine how much frustration this team is holding right now, each individual? And when you have a mini brawl, nothing typically happens. You run out there and guys square up. Sometimes a punch is thrown, but you get an adrenaline dump. And it's like, you feel like you got a good night's sleep. but it also can bring the team together, because what do you think you do after the game? You go in the locker room, and then you put it up on the screen. You start watching what everybody did. God help you if you didn't come out.
Yeah.
Like if you were up in the locker room, they bury you. But it's kind of brings the team together, and that's how far I was reaching to see, will anything change the momentum with this team? Because they had the opportunity with Reyes. First swing in the big leagues, it's a home run, and they couldn't rally behind that. You know, they get Wheeler back. They won a game, but then they lost again. You know, like,
well, Dave, it wasn't
this
even
looks
that
like
they won the game on Saturday night. They kind of fought back. They go extra innings, and they win that game. And then the next day, you're down 6-0 in the second inning.
Absolutely. That's what I mean. Like, nothing was changing the tide. So this was what was left. You know, firing the manager. And no, Rob Thomson does not deserve it. I would think he'll get another job. I really would. Because he's a baseball guy, you know. He understands the game. I don't know if he did anything wrong. I do know that they have no depth. Like the whole platoon thing, you platoon. I was part of platoons. You platoon if both pieces of the platoon can be productive as one.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you put the stats together at the end of the year, the two of you, did it look like one good player? You know, you might be a little different from each other, but between you, did you do enough?
Let me ask you this, Dave. You played in a platoon, so you're a good person to ask. Brandon Marsh has predominantly played very well as the left-handed bat. Would you prefer to give him a chance to hit lefties, or have you seen enough to say he's just not a good hitter against lefties? And would you not play? Because so many people say, why do they platoon Marsh? So the answer is he doesn't hit lefties. Of course, their answer is, well, how do you hit lefties if you never face them? How would you handle Marsh?
Yeah, my answer would be a little bit different. And I kind of hinted at it with what we just talked about. If somebody could tell me or show me, here's what we're going to do. We're going to platoon Marsh with this guy. And then it makes a lot of sense. So my first thought, we've had this conversation before, was I think I would make Sosa like your super utility guy. He'd get a lot of at-bats from me, and right now he'd be my start third baseman. Because I want him to be? No, because, you know, Bohm is basically mentally dead. I feel for him, but he's dead, and it's not only his statistics, which are horrible. It's an air that he is bringing into that dugout. His body language is horrible when he's walking back from the dugout after yet another out. It's kind of almost expected that he's not going to produce. So I think you got to get rid of that, whether it's the disabled list or I don't think going down to the minor leagues will help him, but you got to get him out of there for a while. And maybe that's Sosa for now until you can, you know, I think the Miller kid, he's a prospect.
Got back problems,
hurt, right?
Yeah.
Yes. He'd be here already if he didn't have that back issue. But at least that's something to look forward to, and maybe Sosa can be the bridge to that. I know that yanks him from playing second base against a tough lefty, but if it's me, I'm rolling those guys out. I do think in all of this, I do man, maybe I'm just an optimist, but I see a good possibility here. If I'm Mattingly, my message is just different. Be different than what has been said. He hears what's said in meetings. He hears what is said to the players or what has been said. Just change it. Like, I would simplify it. Like, you might remember me saying, think long term. You know, my message in that clubhouse would be, I've seen all of you productive. We will get there. I hope it's soon, but it doesn't have to be tonight. If we lose tonight, it doesn't mean we suck.
Yeah.
Just get back to who you are as an individual. What do you bring to the table? Why are you on this major league roster? And be that. And be it long term. You know, I don't remember if I said it or tweeted this, if I said it to you or if I put it on Twitter, but it's a lot easier if you say, I'm going to try to get 35 hits in my next 100 at bats than it is, well, I'm going to go 4 for 4 tonight because I need to raise my bat average. It de-stresses you a little bit, and you can do that as a team. Here's what listen to this, Mike. You probably already looked at this. I was checking out their schedule. Here's the schedule for the next 19 games. Giants for 3, Miami 4, A's 3, Rockies 3, Boston 3, Pittsburgh 3. That's their next 19 games. Is it possible for them to go 15-4 or 14-5? Yes. Not the way they're playing.
Yeah.
But that's my message to them. I wouldn't say who the teams are. I'd just say, let's turn this thing around. Maybe we get to 500 by the All-Star break. That would be fantastic.
Well, last week, Dave Dombrowski said he likes to look at things in 40-game pockets, but he decided to fire Thomson today. I think it's 29 games in. Why do you think that they shortened that 40-game window?
He was hearing the noise. That noise that comes from everywhere. It comes from fans. It comes from players. It comes from reporters. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's what they're seeing on the field, the product. Philly fans know what the hell they're looking at. They really do. They proved to me, like when I played there in 95, it did well for them. And they appreciate it. You know, I think I hit 317 or 315 or something like that before I was traded to the Angels. But there was a guy, Raul Mondesi. Remember him?
Yeah, sure. Right fielder, rocket arm.
Yes, for the Dodgers. And I remember when he came up, he ran, he hustled. So this particular game in Philly, he struck out. It was the third out of the inning. He walked as slow as you possibly could to his position in right, peeling off a batting glove, then another one, then whatever. And by the time he got to the outfield, the fans in Philly were booing him loud. They didn't appreciate. It wasn't the strikeout. It was the way he was walking to his position. They noticed it. I thought that was one of the coolest things I'd ever seen. And it made me feel good about just simply hustling. That's all you got to do. That's not that much to ask. Play hard, hustle. Philly fans will love you, and they will forgive you, you know, if you struggle a little bit.
Outside of the schedule, Dave Gallagher is our guest, 9-year Major League Baseball veteran, spent 1995 in Philadelphia with the Phillies. Outside of the schedule, do you see any indication of this team starting to turn a corner?
I don't see them starting to turn a corner, but I do see the possibility of them turning a corner. I know I put myself out there, so you can save this and replay it a month from now if they still suck. But here's what I see. I liked what I saw at Wheeler. I know it was adrenaline because I'd been hearing that he was like 92, 93 in the minor league rehab, but he was getting up to 95. And then when the adrenaline kind of dumped, those last couple innings, he was back settling into 92, 93. But it makes me feel like he's just going to progress. This sounds crazy. Nola, as bad as he was, this is just from a hitter's standpoint. That's how I look at pitchers. He had life up in the zone. He had high velocity. Okay, like when he threw a pitch just up out of the zone, they're hard pitches to lay off, but they're also harder to hit. Here's what I think hurts him. It's kind of odd, but the new system, what's the initials of that new system they called?
The ABS.
ABS. I think that hurts him particularly because his best asset on the mound, he has movement, and it's late movement, the kind of pitches you take. So if he's trying to backdoor a right-hander, he starts it probably 6 to 8 inches off the outside corner. You see it out there. You take the pitch, and it comes back. When he just misses or he catches a corner and the umpire calls it a ball, you see what's happening. Teams don't want to challenge early. They don't want to waste the challenge if they don't have to. I'm sure they've had that discussion. I think he pitches a little different, and I do think the stuff I saw, if he's a number 4, I would take that, and I think he has a chance to turn that around. I really would. Painter as a 5, love it. How many good fifth starters do you see that are like all-stars in the league?
Well, I mean, listen, Luzardo, right now, Luzardo's got one of the worst ERAs in baseball. I mean, this guy, you know, we know he has the stuff to be a top-of-the-rotation guy.
That's my point, and I think that's the message, whether it's individually or maybe even as a group in the locker room. Guys, you know, we know you have it. Like, if not, you're not going to be here. You know, just that's the way the job works, right? You're all accountable to each other first. Please be accountable to each other. Bryson Stott, when you're trying to lift and separate with an 0-2 count and you're down by 3, it doesn't make any sense. What are you doing? I'm getting too pissed, right?
Well,
but I mean, he was better than that, so he can get back to that. Everybody's got to do their job. But man, I could see them running off, 13 or 14 out of the next 19. I really could. And now, good thing the Mets aren't doing anything because it gives you a shot.
Let me ask you this, because Dave, in 2022, the Phillies are 22-28. Joe Girardi's the manager. They fire him. They bring Thomson in. They win 8 straight. They go all the way to the World Series. Thomson, a very laid-back guy. Joe Girardi, from what I've been told, was not the most popular guy. The players did not love playing for him. I don't know if you know Joe at all, but I've heard that
I played against him. I don't know him personally.
Okay, so players, not big Girardi fans. Thomson gets the job. Much different feel. Don Mattingly's a pretty laid-back guy by all accounts. I mean, he seems like he is very much like Thomson. So do you see the changing of the manager giving this team a similar kind of, jolt?
Yeah, I do, but it's going to be for a different reason. Like when Dallas Green replaced Jeff Torborg, big man, booming voice, right? But the first time he came into the locker room after like maybe a disappointing game, I remember he said, "Listen up," and we all turned our chair. I mean, it was loud, and he just lit into everybody. And the fourth time that he did it, we didn't even turn our chair. We just looked over our shoulder because it wears out. When it's screaming, it wears out. What Mattingly has, when he talks, you better listen. You're a fool if you don't listen because he's done it. Listen to this, Mike. I hope your listeners can just get a feel for this. Because I'm Dave Gallagher. I'm not Don Mattingly. I'm Dave Gallagher from Central New Jersey. I had a 4-hit game against the Yankees at Yankee Stadium. And on the 4th hit, I round first. I'm excited. I round first base hard, come back to the bag. And he kind of walks up and he says, "We can't get you out." Like, that's a moment in my life because it's him. You, Don Mattingly, are telling me we can't get you out? That is a lifetime memory. But see, that's my point is when he talks, he's talking from success at the highest level. He's a borderline Hall of Famer.
Yep.
He had a back injury late in his career. I remember seeing him 3 hours before game time in the old Yankees locker room. It had a speed bag. I love to hit the speed bag. So I used to go over there early and I'd hit it. He was the only guy in there and he was doing back stretches just to be able to play that night. But, that's my answer. A long way of saying when he talks, I do believe he will have the respect and the ears of the guys.
I
in that
don't
room.
disagree with that. As many of our listeners have texted in, how great of a player he was. And I would ask you this question. You were a guy who you have said you had 1-year contracts. You were platooning. You're fighting for your roster spot. Mattingly has been a manager with not a lot of great success. I mean, he's under 500. He was with the Dodgers, with the Marlins. So a lot of times being a great player generally doesn't translate to being a great manager. Now, maybe Don, didn't have great teams, but I don't know if this is a great team. That's the point is Don Mattingly's stature as a player going to be enough for a team that's, I don't know if this is a good team, a bad team. I don't know what to make of this team because it's a lot of the same characters who won 96 games.
I think to answer that, the word momentum. Momentum is a funny thing, right? It can work both ways. If you're rolling, it's amazing what happens. Like a few big hits, the whole team jumps in. But it's real. It's not fake. There was a study. This is going back so long, but it was Division I colleges. Somebody did a study over a long period of time, and I thought this was pretty cool. I put a lot of thought into this when I heard it, that the winning team would score more runs in one inning than the opposing team scored in the entire game, a very high, like 87, 88% of the time. That's high. And I thought about, wow, okay, is that because a couple guys get hits and you just get on fire and the momentum? Is it also that you coach differently when you fall behind? Do you give up? Like, I think there's several reasons why that is, but I do know that it's real. And that's what they need. And they have the opportunity. Bottom line is, if they go like, 8-11 in the next 19 games, it's kind of over.
Yeah.
I think this is their opportunity. I'll give you another thought. I had a manager years ago in the minor leagues, that he would say that he would only call a meeting, player meeting, or he would recommend that a captain of the team, the leader of the team, to call a players meeting when their best pitcher is on the mound. And when he said that, I thought, I wonder why he's saying that. He said, because you have your best chance of winning. You don't want to have a meeting and lose the game. So I think that kind of went into the decision of hiring Mattingly right now, because of this stretch on the schedule. It'd be nice if you can reel off a few. Then the team starts believing, okay, we changed this.
Right.
We're now on a roll. This is who we really are. Whether it's true or it isn't, that's momentum. And I think they got a shot.
Well, I want to get one more thought from you in terms of your experience, because you have been a hitting coach, and everybody loves to rag on the hitting coach. Kevin Long is at the top of the list of why does he get to keep his job? Don Mattingly said he was given the opportunity to make changes to the staff. He decided not to. Dave Dombrowski said he didn't make any changes. Everybody wants to know, why does Kevin Long get to keep his job? What does Dave Gallagher say?
I think because of the timing of the firing of Rob. I really do. Because think about, what would you do in hiring staff now? You brought in a guy that was in the dugout. Now, if he'd have hired Cora, if Cora said yes, I'm sure part of Cora saying yes would have been, let me bring my own guys. I want to hire my own staff. But I think that's also why Cora said no.
Is, in your mind, Long culpable here? Because the offense has struggled so mightily.
Yeah, he has to be. He has to be. For whatever the reason, is it, again, I'll say, is it fair? No, it's not fair. But, the young guys have to develop. When I was in Boston, there was a AA in Trenton at the time. This is strange, but your audience will probably like to hear this because I didn't even know it. But they gave me 3 players as the hitting coach in AA. Said, these are our priority guys. They were jumping from low A to AA. Believe it or not, Mike, they said to all of our coaches, we want you spending 100% of your time with the priority players at each level. I actually raised my hand. That was Dan Duquette. I didn't really like the guy. I thought he was very, very egotistical. But anyway, I raised my hand because that's what I do. I can't keep my mouth shut. And I said, I just want to make sure I heard you right. 100% of time with the priority. You don't want to spending any time, any extra time with the other guys. And he said, that's exactly what I said. So I thought, well, I'm not doing that because of who I am. I wasn't a prospect, so I just thought I'll go earlier. And I'll work with all of the guys as opposed to just the priority guys. And here's the bottom line. If I was going to move up in the organization, they did offer me AAA the next year, and I declined it because I live in Trenton. I live close to Trenton in Hamilton at the time. But I'm not a fool. I know whoever's doing the giving you a raise, giving you promotion, they're going to talk to the players. So I didn't worry about impressing staff above me. I worried about, let me take care of these guys I'm with, because they will have the final say. Do they like this guy as a hitting coach? Do they not? And that probably did take place,
Well, Dave, everybody always enjoys your insight, and I do as well. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Hopefully the next time we talk, they have turned some things around, got on a little hot streak, and we could talk about some positivity. But it is 9-19, has not been good. Dave Gallagher, everyone, 9-year Major League Baseball veteran and local guy here in the area. Great to talk some baseball with you, man.
Thanks, Mike. Take care. Good luck, Phil.
All right, there's Dave Gallagher. Former Phil, 1995 with the Phils. On the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, Dave will be a part of the show throughout the summer. We think the Phils hopefully give us more to talk about. I know Hembo tomorrow is going to be on the show. He'll be talking about it. But when we come back, you're going to hear from Rob Thomson. He spoke just moments ago. Here is what Topper had to say about being relieved of his duties. You'll hear from him coming up next. All right, 5:32. Rob Thomson spoke to the media moments ago. We have it for you here on the Sports Bash. The final time Rob Thomson speaking, really not as a member of the Philadelphia Phillies, but his post-Phillies managerial tenure. Here is the former Phillies manager, Rob Thomson.
First of all, I wanted to do this before I bounced out of town, and I wanted to get my face in front of everybody and answer the questions. Also, I wanted to clear a couple of things up. One, my relationship with Dave Dombrowski is rock solid. I respect the man. I think he's one of the best baseball people I've ever been around. My relationship with John Middleton is rock solid. We all spoke this morning when they notified me of my firing, and it was a great conversation. Having said that, we haven't played well, and for whatever reason. And when you're not playing well and you're the manager of a ball club, you're held accountable, and rightly so. So my message to the fans is this, and now I can say a few things. It's early. We went through a very difficult stretch, playing two of the best teams in baseball that were really hot, and we weren't playing well. And that's my responsibility when we're not playing well. So my message to the fans is this. I still think, and I hope, because I love these guys, that this team's going to turn this thing around. And they're going to get hot. I have a bunch of different reasons why, but one is the fact that there's a lot of talent in there. And if you look at the back of the baseball cards with these guys, usually they reach those numbers by the end of the year. So I think that they are going to turn around.
Okay, let's go to Dan Gelston next.
Quick, I guess, first of all, I guess Dave said that you were offered you could stay along with the organization. Why didn't you? And I guess at this point, do you consider yourself retired? Do you want to coach again, manage again, have any role on the baseball team again?
So I wasn't officially offered anything, but I am open to staying in this organization. I've said throughout my 4 years as manager here, I don't want to go anywhere else. I love this organization. I've been treated with class and dignity the last 8 years, ever since I came here. And not only the organization, but the city of Philadelphia as well. We've had some really good times. We've had some bad times, but all in all, I think that I've been treated fairly by all of you and the city. And, I would seriously entertain staying with the organization. Maybe right now isn't the right time. Maybe we give it a little bit of a break here, but yeah, I'm all in on that.
Okay, let's go to Hannah Kaiser. Hannah?
Hey, Rob, thanks for doing this. You came into this role in a similar sort of team looking to change their fortunes, and it really paid off when they hired you to do this. I'm curious kind of what that and this and your whole tenure in Philly has taught you about how much a manager matters. How much does a manager matter?
Well, I think you have to have talent, and we have talent. I think, I don't know. I can't put a percentage on what a manager matters, but the one thing that I tried to do throughout my 4 years here is let the players play and let the talent take care of themselves and take care of itself, and try not to get in the way. When you got to fix things, try to fix it, but for the most part, let them play. And it's worked, and I think it's going to continue to work. We have some things to clean up, and I'm sure Donnie, who's a fantastic manager, is going to keep working at it, and I think this club's going to get straightened out.
Go to Jeff Kerr.
Hey, Rob, appreciate you doing this. Some of your players, they sense the frustration with their play, but what were the conversations like with them over these last 12 hours or so, or when you informed them of the change?
Well, I've a few of them, a lot of them have reached out to me already, but it happened this morning. The announcement, I think, was at 11 o'clock, so there hasn't been a whole lot of time for them to get a lot of guys. But for the most part, it's been, there's so much mutual respect between myself and the players. It's just, thanks for everything. They know that they got to keep going. They're not canceling the game tonight or this week. They got to keep playing and they got to keep working and keep competing. So the conversations have been good. I'm sure that I'll talk to almost every one of them before too long anyway.
Okay, let's go to Scott Lover. Scott.
Hey, Rob. There haven't been many changes since you took over as manager in 2022. There's been a lot of continuity. I wonder whether you feel like anything has gotten stale in that time. When a manager's fired, there's often like, we need a new voice. I mean, is there any of that going on here now?
I don't sense that, Scott. We have such a good coaching staff. I think they're the best in the business. They come with energy every day, and I don't sense a staleness to the players. I see frustration with the players, but I think that's natural when you have the record that we do, and when we're struggling in a lot of different areas. And I think that we haven't really played synchronized baseball yet, where there's a lot of areas where we're down in the rankings, but I think that will change, and when we do start to sync up, I think there's a really hot run in there someplace.
Okay, let's go to Todd Zielecki.
Hey, Rob. When you got on the plane on Sunday, I guess, what was your feeling about what might happen over the next couple days? I mean, did you get any heads up on Monday or any sense of anything, just in terms of, did you wake up this morning thinking, okay, I'm gonna manage a game tonight, or were you still kind of wondering?
No, not really. I don't. As I said the other day, I really don't pay too much attention to it, because I spent yesterday working on the Giants and doing all my prep work. I went in to work out, and then this morning I woke up normal, and I got a call from Dave about it's between 8 and 8:30. Said he was at the ballpark and would I stop by, and at that point I pretty much knew at that point that we were going to change and get a different voice, and so we just talked it out.
Okay, let's go to Matt Gelb.
What are you going to do tonight?
Well, I might watch some hockey playoffs tonight, but actually I'm going to watch our game. I really am.
Was there any point where you felt like, you had meetings over the weekend in Atlanta with Dave and some of his scouts? Was there any point where you're almost trying to lobby, hey, give us, we need some time, just turn this thing around? Was there any of that happening?
No. And I talked to all the scouts, and they're good guys. I mean, I don't think anybody was in there snooping or anything. I think they were just trying to evaluate the ball club and where can we get better. And I don't think there was any backdoor dirty business towards me. I just, we just talked about a lot of different things while we were there, but I didn't pay much attention to it, nor should you. They're there to evaluate the club.
Let's go to Ty Daubert.
Hi, Rob. Kind of going off Matt's question, and you said you might end up watching the game tonight. What do you think being away from baseball for the first time in a while might be like for you, and how much do you anticipate watching, and what do you think you'll be able to do in this time? I know you said in the future maybe you'll reevaluate the advisor position, but how do you think you will spend this time going forward?
I got no idea. I really don't. I've never spent a summer in 42 years at home, so I really don't know. thank God my wife put a pool in a couple years ago, so maybe I'll go for a swim or something. But we'll see. But it's a new thing, and I just got to figure it out.
Okay, let's go to Cole.
Hey, Rob. You had plenty of roles across your 42 summers that you just mentioned in baseball. What is the component of managing that you're going to miss the most?
I think trying to get all the players and all the coaches together on a daily basis and working together and doing the right things. And I think thinking about lineups and thinking about how do we win, thinking about how we're going to use our bullpen tonight and save certain guys for tomorrow. All those strategy things. I'm going to miss that because that's all part of it,
Okay, let's go to Jake. Jake Mintz.
Hey, Rob. I'm just curious why you wanted to or agreed to do this. It's not common practice for outgoing managers to do media availability after they've been let go. So I'm just curious why this was important to you.
Well, one, I think I've been treated very fairly by all of you over the 4 years. I really have. And I think if you're an accountable person and you're a leader, you're going to stand up in front of people and answer the questions when it's all over. And I just wanted to make sure I did that in the right way. And it's like the last 4 years, I just hope that people feel like whether I did a good job or bad job, I represented this organization properly with class and with dignity. So this is all part of it to me.
Thank you.
Okay, go to Colin Newby.
Hi, Rob. What has your relationship been like over the years with Charlie Manuel and Larry Boa? And what kind of respect do you have for them in the roles that they've stated in the organization?
I love both of them. Just having them around in spring training every day. And, Bo comes in every day at home to help us out with the infielders. Those guys, you learn so much from them, from managing to the storytelling to how to deal with players. I just love having both those guys around all the time. They're Phillies for life, and I respect them so much.
Thanks. It's been a pleasure the last few years.
And Chris Murray. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay. When you look, Rob, when you look at this team in departing, does this team need to add more pieces? Is there a few missing pieces that could perhaps help this team down the line and whatnot? When you look at the team and whatnot, you said that earlier that this team does have enough to compete, but do they need to add anything moving forward?
Well, I think time will tell, but I think we've really underperformed so far to this point, and that's why we're sitting here today. But I think that the players, eventually the cream will rise to the top and the players will get back to, where they normally are, and this team will go on a run. And at that point, once they're playing well, then you reevaluate the club. And if there's things that they need to go get, I'm sure Dave will get it done.
Okay, let's go to Marcus Hayes.
What are you proudest of in your tenure here as a manager? What is your biggest regret? And do you expect to manage again?
No, I don't expect to manage. That's where I'm at today. Who knows what happens 6 months from now? But I think the thing that I'm most proudest of is probably winning the National League title in 22. That was just really kind of a magical year from where we started and to where we ended, and that last run during 22 from the regular season into the postseason where we spent 21 or 22 days on the road, and the guys got it done. That was really special. the thing that I don't know. There's a number of decisions that I would love to have back. I can't pinpoint one that I would say is the one that hurt the most, because any decision you make, there's a lot of thought behind it, and not only from me but from our coaches too. So, but I'm not really sure, but there's all those decisions, especially during the playoffs, where they're really magnified. They sort of sit in the back of my mind.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being so professional all these years.
Thanks, Marcus.
Let's go back to Todd Zalecki.
Hey, Rob, Dave said today in the press conference that he had called Alex Cora on Sunday morning and gauged his interest in the job and decided that if he said yes, he would make the change. And I'm wondering how you feel about that, knowing that you still had the job at the time.
I don't really think too much of it. I think Dave's just doing his due diligence, and he had made up his mind, and he was going to move forward, and he's going to. This guy's a Hall of Fame executive, and so I think people need to trust him, and he's going to do the right thing for the organization. Dave and I have a close relationship, but that doesn't stand in the way for him doing the right thing for the organization. I respect that.
Okay, take just a couple more. Davey Ram.
And Rob, in your 40+ years of pro baseball, where does your 8-9 years in Philadelphia stack up, rank amongst your other stops?
Now I've loved everywhere I've been, but the Philadelphia experience, especially the last 4 years, because I think, don't forget, I was going to retire at the end of the 22 season before Dave offered me this job, and this has been the most fun that I've had in baseball the last 4 years. And I know that there's a lot of ups and some downs, and the downs can be rough, but it's still overall with our front office, with our players and our coaches, this has been the most fun I've had, and we've had some success. We haven't won that big ring, but I still believe in this club. But I've loved every minute here in Philadelphia. I feel like I feel like a citizen here. I really do. It's been the best.
We'll finish up with Scott Lauber.
Rob, the other day in Atlanta, you pretty vigorously defended Kevin Long. You've always been a defender of your coaches. I wonder if, before they talked to you this morning and you had your meeting with Dave, I wonder if they talked to you at all about the coaching staff and changes there, and whether that was anything that came up in this time.
You mean with Dave?
Yes, with Dave.
No, he didn't say anything about the coaching staff. I kind of knew that we weren't going to make any changes. I just kind of felt that. I think he would have, if he was thinking about making a change somewhere, he would have mentioned something. So he didn't. So I thought, well, nothing's going to happen to them, and I'm happy for that, because it's a really, really good coaching staff.
Rob Thomson, everybody. His last public speaking as kind of a member of the Phillies. I mean, he was technically not a member of the Phillies when he just spoke there, but that's his last time meeting with the media. Dismissed as the Phillies coach today. Don Mattingly takes over. We'll wrap up the show coming up next. All right, everybody. What a show today. Obviously, it started with Rob Thomson getting relieved of his duties as manager today. Bench coach Don Mattingly has been named the interim manager. He will be the manager for the rest of the season. Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Let's check in on the poll question we never really had a chance to get to. Will the Phillies make the playoffs now that they have fired Rob Thomson? 81% no. 18% yes. So 18% of you guys think that getting Thomson out of there might change this thing around. We shall see. I don't think it's out of the question that this team, as Rob Thomson says, starts to play better. They have to. You can't keep hitting 140 all season long. If you do, you got to get him out of there. Lineup tonight, very similar to what we've seen. So we'll see if the Phillies can get back on track. Sixers, Celtics. I think the Sixers get eliminated tonight.